It has this very jolly intro music. We shall get right back into things. Not sure why I chose this slot. Employee 2, 25 years. Let me also put my face cam over here because the program goes on the other side and I don't want to get in the way of that. And yeah, we were almost at the end of the blue section. So I guess 2/3 of the way through in terms of levels. But the later levels are going to be hard. And I did want to go back and try to optimize some of the earlier levels that we didn't manage to fully optimize. These two green lights next to each level signify, as it shows here on this sticky note, if the top light is on, we met the size challenge, and if the bottom light is on, we met the speed challenge. The first one that we didn't fully optimize was this, which was the exclusive OR function. I'm going to head there first. So all we're doing here is outputting either a 0 or a 1, depending on whether the two items have the same sign or different signs. We did come up with a solution, which does work. But it was neither fast enough nor short enough to qualify for the challenges. So let's start again and see if we can come up with something better. Hello, Elfie. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for redeeming Yellow Bartzio as your flower of the day. I've just got back into Human Resource Machine here. That's such a cute little wiggly emote you've got there, Elfie. I love that one. Who's that? Cosmic Blue Siren. Okay. Not familiar with them, but oh, look at all their little jellyfish emotes. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, and we have a blowhigh request. Yeah, the winning request on the Discord poll was for Blowhigh to wear sunglasses, but if you look at the front profile of a Blowhigh, its eyes are about that far apart. So I'm not convinced that sunglasses are an option. I certainly don't have any that would fit it. But we shall definitely fetch the Blowhigh. Well, exactly. I mean, Harry is demonstrating there with that emote. Those sunglasses do not fit, do they? Hello, Ren. Welcome back. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a hedge bindweed. Ren, are programming games your sort of thing? I don't know if you would be interested in Human Resource Machine or not. LT Paco says it didn't say the sunglasses needed to be on the eyes. This is arguably true. But we might do one of the other options from the poll. Just give me a sec. Oh, we also have show outfit request. Today's outfit is this dark green top, and I have green. I think this colour matches this colour, but I don't know. I've never been good at colour matching. And then flowery skirt. Sorry, I thought I heard something downstairs. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly. And we love him. And maybe with his help, we can figure out how to optimize this level. Who knows? Ren says, I don't think I've played a game that fits this category. I'm enjoying watching that. Oh, that's good. Yeah, programming games definitely aren't for everyone. Even people who enjoy logic puzzle games don't always enjoy programming games. But I do. Tibago says the buttons are nice on that top. Yeah, they are. They're quite chunky ones. Tiny ones. And it does actually unbutton. Some tops like this, the buttons are just fake and you can't actually unbutton it, but you can on this one. They're a bit stiff. There we go. Hello, Clara. Welcome in. Clara says, that's such a cute outfit. I'm glad you like it, Clara. And good to see you. Don't forget to redeem your flower of the day. It just says Blowhigh is okay even on the floor. Well, that was the second most voted option in the poll matcher was pretend you heard something downstairs. Clara says hi Gertrude and everyone in chat. Hi Clara and everyone in chat. Okay, let's get back to the game. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a Cleavers. Cleavers is a funny plant. It has nice flowers, but they're very, very, very tiny. Tiny little white flowers. It's best known for being very sticky. And school children would always like pick a bit and then stick it to someone's back and see how long it took them to notice. That's... I think that's how most people here know of Cleavers. The volume back again. Clara said, oh, I didn't know that. That's such a cool fact. Yeah, I don't know how widespread Cleavers is. But it's certainly found all over the UK. And it's completely harmless, but it is very, very sticky. Like the leaves are sticky, the stalk is sticky. And it's one of these climbing plants that grows up through hedges and other things, so its stickiness is obviously helpful for it to grow and then to stay put in the wind. But it also is very helpful for sticking to people's backs. I might have engaged in that nonsense at some point in my life as well. Clara says, oh yeah, we have them too, had to Google it. Yeah, it might be called something different where you are. But Cleavers is the most common English name, although there are always many, many English names for these things. Right, can't put it off any longer. Let's try and solve this puzzle, shall we? Well, so we've already solved it. Trying to solve it better than I was solving it before. Clara says, hope you're doing well. I will keep doing chores, but we'll have you on as body double. Well, thank you, Clara. And good luck with the chores. I'm sorry that you have to do those and I'm sat here playing video games, but at least they're difficult video games that I have to think about. Okay, how do we do this better than we did? Because we did make a solution. Let's actually, yeah, let me think about what could I improve from this solution. Let's start with trying to do fewer instructions. Because there's two challenges and it's often not possible to meet both at the same time with the same solution. So let's think about fewer instructions first. So we could maybe, because at the moment we're using the copy from 4 and the copy from 5 instruction twice each. We could maybe get around that. I'm just thinking that at the moment we have a branch that copies from 4 and a branch that copies from 5. But what if we said, like, we either jump here if we want to copy from 5. Like, I'm thinking, if we have this sort of structure, we could jump here to copy from 5 or jump here to copy from 4. And then we'd only need to use each one once. And then the outbox would be there. We'd have to jump in to get to the inbox. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of jumps. There's always going to be a lot of jumps. I mean, this solution also has a lot of jumps, as you can see. So we inbox a number. We need to check if it's negative or not. That leads us down 1 or 2 paths, each of which we inbox another number. And then if that number is also negative, then they have the same sign. So we send a 0. So that jump goes to 4. That jump goes to 5. And then on this branch, this is if it's positive. So if it's negative, the signs are different. So we go to 5. Otherwise, we go to 4. Okay, that's 13 instructions. Okay, that is better. We took 15 before, and I think this works, and it only takes 13. So let's just check it works. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. Never mind. Why doesn't it work? Because it did the first one correctly. Oh, we only inboxed one thing then. What happened? Negative. Oh, that jump is in the wrong place. That's why. There we go. Okay, that's still... Oh! Emma, you idiot. Okay, I was trying to meet the size challenge and I failed, but I accidentally met the speed challenge instead. What? Okay, so that, yeah, we completed it in 28 steps. We need to save an instruction, though, to meet the size challenge. So let's go back. How would we use fewer instructions than this? We're only using copy from 4 and 5 once each. We're only using outbox once. We need the 3 inboxes because we need to inbox 1 and then we need to inbox again after we've jumped. So at that point there's 2 branches. Maybe if we put the copy froms at the end, because the whole jumping into the loop thing is more of an optimization thing. It's more of a speed optimization thing than a instruction optimization thing. So yeah, we have our 4 branches. We need a 4 and a 5. We need an outbox. And then we would need to jump back to the start. But that's 12, and we still need a jump here. Like this would work if I would need to rearrange where the jumps point to. But I'm just looking at how many instructions I'm using. This is still 13. Oh, hang on. No, I see the optimization. Look, this branch... If we arrange for this branch to be a branch that needs a 4, then we don't have to jump here. That's how we save an instruction. Okay, so that's going to be a negative and then a positive, which is actually going to need a 5. So we need to swap these round. That branch needs to go in there. Negative needs to go... No, positive negative needs to go there. Negative needs to go there. I think this works, and this is only 12. Yes, okay. So we're slow again, but we've met the size challenge. So that's both challenges met. Hooray! Okay. Next one is countdown. We did solve this, but not optimally. This is count from this number to 0. So like start at 6, count down from 6 to 0, and then count from 7 up to 0. And if it's a 0, just don't do anything. Yeah, our solution wasn't good enough. In either regard. So let's make a new one. Let's focus on speed first. So if we care about speed, we probably want to have 2 loops. Like, we probably want the count down and count up. The way I did it before... Every time round the loop it was checking. There's something better we can do. So if it's not negative, then we need to store it. Well, we need to store it regardless. Then we need to output it. Then we need to, we need to think about where we check for it being 0. We probably want the 0 check here. And we probably want the outbox at the end, because we've established that's faster. To 0. And then assuming it's positive, we subtract 1. Outbox. And the bump writes it back to the floor, so there's no copy to needed. The loop is just that, except we need to check if it's 0. So there's a jump needs to go there, and then if it's negative to start with, we have a very similar loop. But we need to have another jump if 0 instruction. But it's bump plus outbox jump. That. How many instructions do we have before? Okay, it's the same number of instructions as before, but maybe it's faster. Let's see. See if it even works. Oh, it doesn't work because we need to outbox before we bump. 2, 1, 0, and then -2 was 1, 0. Yeah, okay, it is working. But is it better? Oh, it is better, but it's not good enough. We are still, we're still 2 steps short. Okay, how can I make this even faster? I could have it skip. If it's 0 on inbox, we could just immediately skip these 2 jumps. So that's another instruction, but it might be better. Hello, Sarah with the stars. Best Sarah. So good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Sarah says better. Let me do a quick shout out for Best Sarah, who was playing. I can't remember the name of the game you were playing today. It was like someone called Alice who was like creepy and a bit goth and was running around fighting bosses and losing. Alice Madness Returns. That's the one. And yeah, well, it looked like a lot of fun. LT Vago says, I think the madness won. I think that might have happened, yes. Sarah, it's really good to see you. Don't forget to collect your flower of the day. The platforming was so tough. Yeah, it looked like a really hard game, I'll be honest. We're speaking of hard games, we're back with this Human Resource Machine, this programming puzzle game, which is definitely quite difficult. Okay, that was slower. How did that manage to be slower when I put in a change that was supposed to make it faster? Okay, that's clearly not helpful. What if we move the copy to there? Is that faster? No, that's still 84. Okay. I'm going to have to think about this because I don't really see how to make it faster. Inbox jump if negative 0. What about outbox bump minus jump if 0 jump? Have a 0 there. I'm sure it's to do with optimizing the case when it's already 0. Bump plus 0. That. Oh, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a watermelon. Yay, we did it! Okay, yeah, it was actually optimizing the 0 case. So that's the speed challenge. That's 78 steps. 10 or fewer commands though. We definitely haven't done that. Our best was 13. And I think the way that you get fewer commands, at the moment we have 2 whole separate loops. So we have, if negative, do a count up. If positive, do a count down. What we need to have is 1 loop, and then every time we go around the loop, we check the sign. That's going to be a lot slower, but it will be fewer instructions. So we put it in 0. We outbox it. We check for 0. And if it was 0, we go back to the start. Oh, then no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because we... I was hoping to have just 1 outbox. Once you've outboxed something, you're not holding that thing anymore. So that doesn't work. Copy to 0. I can write something that will work, for every case except when it starts as 0. But you'll notice they always give you one that starts as 0. Sarah says to LT Vago, phew, so you weren't sitting there thinking Sarah's making this look difficult when it isn't. No, we definitely weren't doing that, Sarah. We definitely weren't doing that. Tibago says, not at all. If anything, you handled the platforming better. Yes, everybody do. I know I already did a shout out. Everybody do go check out Sarah's stars. It's a very capable streamer. And very, very big on accessibility in games, which is a very important thing. So yeah, what we've got here is like if it was if it's negative, then add 1, otherwise subtract 1, and then always outbox, and then jump if it was 0, and then jump back to there. But that's 9 instructions already. And if I want to handle the 0 case, I need 2 more instructions. Because I need a jump if 0 and an outbox. So this should... Oh, and actually I need to jump around the... Yeah, no, this doesn't work, because this is 12 instructions. That doesn't even work. Actually, why does that not work? Copy to 0, bump mine. Oh, yeah, we need to outputs first. So yeah, we're still missing something to be able to make it work in the... Well, I guess the jump if 0 needs to be here. Something to make it work in the case where there's only... where it starts with 0. The copy to 0, if it's positive, we subtract it. Yeah, we need to outbox first. Oh, can I outbox copy from? Yeah, maybe we outbox copy from. This copy from is unnecessary and slows us down, but it's only 1 instruction. So that's actually 10 instructions. Yeah, see that it's running slightly slower because we've got that extra instruction in every loop. But it's only 10 instructions. So this is a good example of why you can't always optimize both with the same solution. Because now look, it's really, really slow. But we met the size challenge. Okay, we need some hard puzzles to start off with today. Sarah says, is this an example where the 2 targets can't be done in 1? Yes. And it does actually say, when you complete the puzzles, it says, sometimes you'll need to make multiple solutions. So these, at the moment, these are all levels we solved last week, but we didn't optimize them last week. This one was make the Fibonacci numbers. This is where we started using variable names for things. And we came up with this solution, which was fast, but had a lot of instructions. It was actually really fast. The target was 156 and we did it in 95, but we went over on the size. Hello Starcasted, welcome back. I know you were playing this game as well, weren't you? And last week we were looking at some optimizations. I don't know if you were here just now, but I did manage to fully optimize this one and this one, which I couldn't figure out last week. This was the exclusive OR one, and that was the counting one. So I am trying to get both achievements on both, on all the puzzles. So this one, okay, we need a small number of instructions solution for this one now. Why do they give us a 0 at the start? I can't remember. Oh, because, well, we need to start with 1, don't we? Yeah, so they give us a... I wonder if the first instruction should just be to bump this for 1, and from now on, this is now 1. I know it's got a 0 in, but it's going to have a 1 in from now on. So we would inbox a number, stick it in here. This would be our target. Get. We would then actually, yeah, let's do that. So now we've got 2 1s. Call this, we're gonna have to store 2 numbers, so let's call them X and Y. And we want them to both be 1 to start with. This is copy, no, copy to, not copy from. Copy to X, copy to Y. And put the target there. We can actually just immediately outbox here. Is this why I had so many instructions in the previous solution? Because I was like manually outboxing 1. Don't know. Yeah, maybe it is actually. Maybe this should be 0. Because then we've got to do special cases otherwise. And special cases make things faster, but they don't make the instructions faster, which is an important thing. So copy the 0 to... Actually, we can do that first. Copy the 0 to X. Then bump it and copy to Y. To, like, initialize things. And then outbox first 1. And from then on, we can just do addition. I think. So at this point, we've got a 0 and a 1 there, and we've outboxed a 1. So add X. That gives us another 1. Outbox it. Add doesn't store it. Add copy to X. Outbox it. And then add Y. Copy to Y. This is the basic loop. But at every step, we need to check that we haven't exceeded the target. And we need to check on both copies that we haven't exceeded the target. So here we sub-target, we sub-target, and if its result is negative, we've gone over the target. We have to stop. Otherwise, we have to add back on the target so that we have the right number again. And then also here we have to do the same thing. We can't really simplify that to being one set of instructions because we have to resume the correct point. So that's 20 instructions. I mean, that's better. No, we had 26 before. So if this works, that's an improvement. Starcasted says I was stumped in this one. Yeah, I mean, solving it wasn't too bad. Like this solution was actually really good because not only does it solve the puzzle, but it solves it significantly faster than the speed challenge. With only 95 steps. But, yeah, see, the size challenge is 19 or fewer. So even if this works, this still isn't 19 or fewer because it's 20. But let's see if it works. See, it doesn't work. I don't want to copy from cell 0. I want to copy from the cell that has a 0 in it. There we go. Oh. Yeah, and we always want to start with 1. Why are we trying to add... Oh, yeah, see, this doesn't even work, because we need another copy from here. And in fact, we need another copy from here. Copy from... Because we've just outboxed the thing. The thing we want to copy, we just outboxed it, so we have to copy it again. So yeah, that's actually 22, so that's still nowhere near 19 instructions. And it's not working either. Copy from Y. Yeah. Oh, no, this... That's supposed to be jump if not negative. Yeah, that adds, because I can't use jump if negative here. I want to jump if it's positive. Which means I'd have to have another instruction. I'm not convinced this is even going to beat this previous solution in instruction count. Start again. There needs to be some way that I don't have to alternate copying from one to the other. Copy from this to this. And also copy it to there and dump it. Can we do like... Can we say that X always has the most recent number in it and Y always has the second most recent? In which case that would actually need to be from X. Okay, then outbox. What would that look like? That would be... This one is, yeah, if X is the always the bigger of the two numbers, then we could do like copy the smaller one like there. No, sorry, copy. Let me rename these. This is big. And this is small. So we copy, we want to put big into small and then add small to big. But we can't put big into small before we add small to big, otherwise we forget what big was. So copy big into, we need like a temp location. Put big in there. I don't think this is going to be fewer instructions, but I want to try it. Put big in there, copy from small, add big. Copy to big. outbox. Copy from temp. Copy to mob. What? Why is the small bigger than the big? Why is the word small bigger than the word big? Well, because it has 4 letters and big only has 3 letters. Yeek. Is that better, Tipago? So that would put a 1 there, and then each step we'd save that, add that, store that there, and then copy that. I mean, it looks silly when we're only doing it with 0s and 1s, but then eventually we'd be doing it with other numbers. And then immediately before we outbox it, we would need to sub-target. I suppose, yeah, jump if negative here, and then jump here. And then don't forget to add target back. And then we need a jump. This is still too many instructions. This is still 20. But if it works, it's better than what I was doing. Okay. 1. 1. 1 is less than 20. 2. 2 is less than 20. 3. 3 is less than 20. Okay, I think it's working. Yeah, it's doing Fibonacci numbers, and it's going to stop when it gets above 20. Yeah, so it is working. Okay. And it is fewer instructions than we used before, because before we used 25 instructions. Aha, your solution works with those specific inputs, but it fails on other possible inputs. Stupid game. What inputs doesn't it work on then? Because it works on 21, we already saw that. No, 21 is... no, 21 is equal. It's because 21 is a Fibonacci number. Oh, now that makes it worse because we need a jump if 0 in there as well. Yeah. So it's not... it's 21, not 20 to have a working solution. Hello, Izzy the Penguin. Welcome in. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a hedgebed straw. Izzy, I hope you are doing okay. I know I saw your in your Discord that Danny was not feeling well, so I hope her migraine isn't too bad. Okay, now we don't care that this is slower. We already met the speed challenge. But this is still 2 instructions too big. So how do we save 2 instructions from this? Big brain, says Starcasted. Well, not quite. Maybe we'll get there. Izzy says they're feeling a bit better now, thank you. Oh, that's good. Okay. So do we need all this stuff at the start? I mean, we kind of do, because we have to initialize everything first. Otherwise it won't work. I wonder if there's some way we can overwrite the 0. Problem is, we'd need to do... If we overwrote the 0, we'd need to do stuff to make the 0 again. I mean, well, you can make a 0 easily, right? Making a 0 would just be like copy from big sub big, and that would give you a 0. So maybe we actually don't need the 0. if we... Yeah, if we copy from target sub-target, that gives us a 0. We stick it in big, and we also stick it in small, and then we output. Copy to small, copy to big, bump big, yeah. Need 1. This work? Okay, yes, we have a working solution that doesn't actually use this 0. Let me just check it is a working solution. Yes, it is. Still not good enough. Because yeah, subtracting a number from itself is just as much effort as copying from the 0. And we have to do both these copy tos first before we start the main loop, because the main loop assumes that these have numbers in them. Can we avoid using this outbox? We do that. Bit of that. What do we do with the copy from temp, copy to small though? Actually, what if we use the 0? Yeah, what if we use this as the temp? And then we start with a copy from temp, copy to small. Copy to big bump plus. Big. From temp, copy to small. That's 20. Wait, what? Oh, we don't need 2 bump plus bigs. Okay. Yeah, that gives us a 1 and a 0 to start with. We need to not outbox here because that's outboxing the small one. We need to outbox here because that's outboxing the big one. Oh, and then here we actually need to copy to the new temp and not to that cell because that cell's not being used really. This is 19, so if this works, then we've beaten the challenge. No. Management expected 1, but you outboxed 9. Okay, that it worked for the first cycle. I think we're not resetting correctly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're not resetting temp. Oh, yeah. There needs to be a there needs to be a sub target here to get the 0 back. Or we go back to having temp over here. Let's just call it T. And having this be a real 0. And have that be 0. Does that work? No, because we have to have an extra copy to temp. Here. Now this is 20 again. This is still better than our previous if it works, because our previous best was 21. Okay. Yeah, it works, but I cannot see how to save another instruction and still have it work, unfortunately. These jumps annoy me. Because what I want to do is jump if positive. But there isn't a jump if positive, so I have to have a jump if negative and a jump if 0. If we had a jump if positive command, I could make it 19 instructions. Yeah, one of these copy instructions must be unnecessary, but I can't see which one. I think I'm going to give up on this one for now. We'll at least move on to tackling some new puzzles today, rather than going over the existing ones again. Sorry. Remember last time when I told you didn't need to divide? Well, now you get to. Oh, right, we've got to do division. So we already did remainder, but not division. Yes, you might notice this assignment is similar to the one we worked on together one evening not long ago. You may go back and review your work if you like. Did you know you can also copy and paste? But before you get any ideas, please note that we keep strict inventory of the office supply cabinet. Yes, no more than 3 tabs allowed per solution. So, yeah, we did a remainder which was very similar to dividing. For each 2 things in the inbox, how many times does the second fully fit into the first? Don't worry about negative numbers divided by 0 or remainders. And this might be a good time to practice copy and pasting from previous examples. I don't think I need to, but let's give it a go. So let's put the number here and call it x. Oops. That in there. And then let's copy the second one and call it y. And then the question is, how many times does y fit into x? Oh wow. Starcasted is attempting to paste a program into chat. Not sure if that worked or not. But yeah, Starcasted, I don't want solutions that other people have come up with. I'd like to come up with solutions myself. I appreciate your thoughts, but yeah, I'll stick to coming up with my own solutions for now. Ren says, I had a college professor, I think he was from Venezuela, who used TEP instead of temp. Of all the coding style things to pick up in school, for some reason that one stuck, and I catch myself doing it over 20 years later. Okay, in honour of your college professor then, Ren, we will use TEP for any temp. Starcasted says it's a label drawing. Okay. Hopefully it's nothing rude. I probably shouldn't paste it on stream then. Okay, we have our 2 numbers. First thing we want to do then would be subtract y from x. So subtract, we've already got y. Subtracts from what you're holding. Ah, that's awkward. Means we need an extra copy from. Because we're holding the thing we want to subtract right now. So copy from x. If only the input parameters came in the opposite order. Copy from x sub y. And if it's negative, then that means that it doesn't fit, and we should finish. We should outbox. But what should we outbox? Well, we should outbox the answer, but we haven't got the answer yet. Let's call this the answer. And let's also call this 0. So at the start of every loop, we need to reset the answer to 0. Copy from 0, copy to answer. If this gives a negative result, then we are done. Outbox and start again. We need to jump over that at the start. If it's not negative, then the answer goes up by 1. And we go down the loop again, starting with copying from x and sub y. No, not copy from x. No, just sub y, yeah. Like that. That work? So we start off by saying the answer is 0. And we want to take 8 and... Oh, wait, no. That's... What did you do then? Oh, no, inbox copy to y. How many times does the second fit into the first? Oh, different numbers. Right, now we were doing 8 divided by 2. Now we're doing 9 divided by 3. So the answer should be 3. So we've got 9 and we're dividing by 3. So we start off, okay, it does fit, so let's increase the answer. No, don't. I forgot that it's, yeah, no, don't. Don't keep the bump plus of the answer. So we're going to need to store in x every time, otherwise we lose it. Sub y copy to x. And also copy from x. Yeah, okay, that's an extra instruction. Okay, 7 divided by 4, so that fits once. Oh, outbox the answer. Yeah, copy from answer. You wouldn't believe I was a programmer, would you? Ren is defining the answer to be 42, which you might as well do. Okay, 7 divided by 2 is 3. Yeah, well, it's 3 and a bit, but we're ignoring remainders here. Okay, we have our first working solution. How good is it? Oh, oh, come on. Okay, we've met the size challenge. That's good news. The bad news is we are 1 step too slow for the speed challenge. So close on the first try, says Starcasted. I mean, this might be one where you can't do both at the same time. But yeah, let me. Okay, I'm curious what Starcasted thing looks like, but obviously I can't show it on the screen if it's inappropriate. So let me. Oh. Starcasted, how do I paste that thing? I've got it on the clipboard and I'm clicking paste, but nothing happens. I think copying it into the chat must have mangled it. Yeah, let's not worry about that. We have a first time chat from Cass Works a Lottle. I think I might know who that is. Hello, Cass. Is this your separate Twitch account for work purposes? If so, hello. It's so good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope you're well. You are correct. Okay. Starcaster says, oh, did the Twitch message break it? Anyway, it's just a smiley face. Okay, I think the Twitch message did break it. Right, so we have a working solution here. I want to make it 1 step faster, and I can add instructions if I need to. Maybe we optimize for 0. It looks like the game is polite enough not to ask us to divide by 0. But what we can say is that if the first number is 0, the answer is always going to be 0. Because 0 divided by any number is 0. So we can put that in, which is an extra step on each loop, but it saves a lot of steps if one of the numbers is 0. Does that work out faster or slower? It works out faster. Okay, there we go. We saved the one step that we needed to save. So between those two solutions, we now have both optimizations. Okay, that's cool. We were just one step off on each. Cass says, I like to sign in on the work PC to save phone battery, and because I have my payment info linked and everything on the OG, I made another account with nothing linked to be safe in case I forgot to log out again, which has happened before. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use Twitch or indeed any external website on my my work PC, unfortunately. So I have to use my phone for that. I'm not. I work from home now, but when I used to work in an office, I wasn't allowed to have my phone on me in the office. So no external websites on the work PC and no personal devices in the office, which was horrible. I have to be honest. That really sucked. So I'm glad that working from home they're a bit more lenient. Hilty Bago says second best Lottle after Cass Prime. Exactly. Vertsky, hello. So nice to see you. Thank you for redeeming some things. Let me put Blowhigh down just a moment so we can drink some water. Thank you as well for redeeming your flower of the day. Your flower of the day is a rock rose. I don't have an emote for the rock rose flower, but it's very similar to that one. Nice, pretty yellow flower. And you have requested show outfit. So today I have this green cardigan with these nice little buttons that T-Bago is a fan of. I think they look a bit like radiation symbols, which I don't think is intended, but there we go. I have my flowery skirt. I hope you like it, Verdsky. They are very lovely little tortoiseshell buttons, aren't they? Yes, they are. Cass says, in regards to using Twitch on his work PC, actually I don't know if we're allowed to, but we can, so I will. Yeah. I would definitely lose my job if I tried. They're very strict about that sort of thing because we work with sensitive customer data, and we need to prove to our clients that we're not leaking that data onto the internet or such things. Yeah, we handle financial data and stuff like that, so it's all very, very strict. Verdsky says, a lovely look as usual. Thank you so much, Verdsky. You join us. We have just completed a level of Human Resource Machine. Oh. With Blowhigh's help. Starcasted says, love the blue-violet lighting today. Yes, so I do. I have like RGB lights, so I can change the colour. And in fact, there is a channel point redeem to change the colour as well. And I try and mix it up a bit. I think purple is probably my favourite colour, which means Twitch is convenient for me because it's like purple themed. I have a lot of purple things. Even like the PC has this purple lighting as well, and this is purple. And I have a purple coat, a purple hat, and a purple backpack. So when I go botanizing in the winter, I do look very purple. Harry can confirm the purple coat, although I didn't take my backpack with me. Cass says, yeah, okay, that's very fair. We just use ours for the intranet and for our plans and to check whether a person is allowed to get a specific key or not if it's blocked. Yeah, it's... I realise a lot of jobs are different. It's just mine specifically. Right, the next, I think, year 27 is going to be another year off here. But I do want to finish the blue track before I continue with the green one. So let's go to 3 sword next. Yes, we rank all our employees here. From worst performing all the way up to best performing. What? Where do you rank? Let's give it some thought while we complete this assignment. Okay, for each 3 things in the inbox, send them to the outbox in order from smallest to largest. Okay. And the game has sort of already given us copy the 3 things to the floor. Oops. Yes, you need to sort sets of numbers. Don't worry. Our data resources here have no feelings, which we find to be convenient. Yes, the numbers will not be offended if I say that they're the biggest or smallest. Verdsky says, I am watching you whilst I clean my office and attempt to set up a box light without breaking anything. Ooh, okay. Good luck with that, Verdsky. Yeah, my lighting solution is interesting, actually. The coloured lighting that you see behind me is just some very cheap IKEA desk lamps with some cheap RGB bulbs in them. And the white lighting that's shining on my face is actually indirect lighting. I have a white wall behind me, and that is what's illuminating my face, not the lamp. Pointed at the wall, so pointing away from me, I have my therapy lamp, which puts out a very intense daylight light, which I have on my desk anyway in the winter because I get seasonal affective disorder, which is basically you get depressed because it's dark outside. And the big advantage of that over something like a ring light is if you use a ring light and you wear glasses, you always end up having like a ring reflection in your glass. And even if you, any kind of light that you have a direct lighting of, you get the reflection in your glasses. By having it bounce off the wall, I don't get that, which is very nice. But it requires your wall to be white. So it wouldn't work for everyone. And yeah, the lighting here, I have 3 lamps. I have one under the desk this side, one under the desk this side, and one over the other side of the room. And then I have a remote control that can change them all. So there's no... It sort of looks like there's lighting on my shelf, but there isn't lighting on my shelf. The lighting is just bouncing off my shelf. And the advantage of setting it up that way is the coloured lights are under my desk, so they don't shine directly on me. So this is helpful for things like showing off my outfit. If I can make the background like blue and it doesn't... See how the colour of my face isn't really changing as I change the background colour? Whereas if the lighting was pointing at... The coloured lighting was pointing at me, it would change my face colour. Sorry. Technical explanation of my lighting there. Ren says, I wonder if we ever get stack memory. I don't think this game gets more complicated than just some instructions and a floor. You could implement a stack on the floor. You could designate one of the cells as a stack pointer, and then you could have push and pop operations, but you'd have to make them yourself. Cass says that's actually really smart. Thank you, Cass. I try my best. I put a lot of thought into it. It's not what I started off with, but I do like how it's worked out. Because it used to just be I just had the therapy lamp, and so the background was always white. If you look at my older VODs, the background's just white. But I don't know. I feel like all the pro streamers have coloured backgrounds. It just feels like one of those things you do if you're a streamer. So I wanted to do it. in a way that looked nice and not just like a bit tacky. So right, okay, sort the things. How are we going to do this? Well, assuming we do this code that we've already got here, then we're holding item 2. So we could subtract item 1. The subtract, I keep forgetting. Yeah, subtract that. So that would subtract item 2 from item 1. So if it's negative, that means item 1 is... no, that would subtract item 1 from item 2. If that's negative, that means item 1 is bigger than item 2. And if it isn't, that means item 2 is bigger than item 1. Then we need to look at item 0. So after doing that jump, we would need to copy from... How do I want to do this? Copy from 1 sub 0. And then have another jump. That would tell us if item 1 was bigger or smaller than item 0. This, I think my solution is going to be fast, but it's going to have a very large number of instructions because I'm going to end up just doing every case. Yeah, that might not be the best way of doing it. I think maybe we want to actually physically swap the items around. So let's call this one, let's have X, Y, Z, and then we'll need a temp variable. So in honor of Ren's professor, we will call this TEP. Harry says your lighting is really good. Thank you, Harry. And then what we'll try and do is have them arranged in order from smallest to largest, so X, Y, Z. So what I think we can do is... Yeah, we've got Z, we subtract Y. And if the result is negative, Y is bigger. So if negative, otherwise don't. We have to sort of jump. This is like an if-else. If Y is bigger, then copy Y into temp. Copy Z into Y and copy temp into Z. In other words, we've swapped Y and Z round because Y was bigger. Then we can compare Y and X using the same method. So copy from Y sub X. Again, we want to check if the result's negative. Ren says there are fun videos of sorting algorithms on YouTube where they play tones based on the numbers being compared. Yeah, it's sort of not quite music, but I have seen those videos, Ren. I consider, like... Is that the sort of thing you can play on stream? Because is it copyrighted? Like, it's not music, but it's still audio that someone else has made and published. So would it be covered by copyright? Stark Acid says small, big, biggest. Is this one of the sorting algorithms in its most basic form? I think you could call this bubble sort. Yes. Bubble sort is not an efficient sorting algorithm for a lot of data. But when you've only got 3 items, there's not really a... It doesn't help, like... In most sane programming languages, swapping 2 items would just be 1 statement, or like maybe 3 statements at most. But here it has to be 6. So yeah, here I'm deciding is x bigger than y, and if it is, then I need to swap y and x. So I need to do this again. So copy y to temp, copy y in, sorry, copy x to temp, copy y into x, copy temp to y. Now, the only way that this result isn't correct is if x was actually the biggest number, then it will still be this. We need to compare z and y again. So we need to do z and y, then y and x, then z and y. So that's 3 comparisons, 3 swaps, which is optimal. If you've got 3 items, you can't sort them with fewer than 3 comparisons. So it's optimal in that sense. It's not going to be optimal in terms of how many instructions, I don't think. I think there's probably smarter ways to do this. But let's just get something that works to begin with. So now we just need to do this again. I don't think you can copy like just part of a program, can you? You can... No. Yeah, so the paste overwrites what you've got. I want to just copy this section, but never mind, we can do it again. So copy from Z sub X, sub Y, jump if negative, and then this is going to be a swap of Y and Z again. So copy from Y to temp, copy from Z to Y, copy from to Z. Now it should be sorted. X, Y, and Z should be in ascending order. So from smallest to largest, we should just be able to copy from X, outbox, copy from Y, outbox, copy from Z, and then go back to the beginning. I think this will work. I can't imagine this is even close to optimal because it's 41 instructions. Let's see. So 7, 5, and okay. So we start off, unfortunately, with everything in completely the wrong order. Okay, so we've established we need to swap the 2 and the 5. So that's what we're doing. We're also going to have to swap the 7 and the 2. In fact, yeah, every single swap that might have to happen is going to have to happen on this input. And then you see the 7 and 5 are still the wrong way around. So now we check that. Yep, we have to swap the 7 and the 5. That's what we're doing. And now it's sorted. So now we output 257. Okay, so it does work. And it should work with negative numbers as well. I noticed they threw a negative in there just to confuse us a little. There we go. How did we do? 34 of you. Okay, so this does have to be yeah, this this does have to be bigger than the ones we've done so far, but we're not we're not doing very well, are we? 125. I'm gonna continue for now, just because I do want to get onto the green puzzles today, and I feel like that one's gonna be hard to optimize. It is. I mean, this is like an optional branch, and it's the last level in the optional branch, so it makes sense that it's hard. But yeah, let's take a year off first of all. Oh yeah, there was a power cut, wasn't there? Is that the moon? Well, that's depressing. Working all night in the office and the power's gone out. That must be instant coffee, says Matcha. Yes, I'm sure it is. Oh my god, no, it's an eye. Help. Exactly, Harry. What is happening? Okay, well, let's see what the green puzzles have in store for us. Yeah, let's see how many green puzzles we can get through and maybe not worry too much about optimizing them. Storage floor. Big changes are coming. But I see you already know that. Yes, you can now access slots on the floor indirectly. What does that mean? You will see. It's going to change everything. Imagine each thing in the inbox is an address, and each address refers to tile 0 to 9 on the floor. Your task for each address in the inbox, pick up the letter of that address. Now books it. Yeah, Ren, you were talking about having a stack. I think this is the point in the game where it starts to work a bit more like a computer, because you get an indirect addressing mode. And what that means for non-programmers is previously all I could say was I could say copy from, and I could put a number in from 0 to 14 to copy from that cell. What I can say now is if I toggle this thing, and it has square brackets around it, which is like a nod to C-style programming languages, I can say copy from the cell number that is stored in a particular place. So if I said copy from brackets 12, that means copy from the cell number that is stored in cell 12, which is 8. So it would copy from cell 8. So yeah, you can now access tiles on the floor indirectly. Observe this example to see how it works compared to what you've been doing so far, which I've got rid of because I know how it works. So what this is going to do is it's asking me to pick up the tile from cell 3, and then the tile from cell 3 again, and then the tile from cell 1, and so on. And so what that's going to be is inbox, and then there isn't an indirect addressing for what you're holding, so I can't say copy from the tile that I'm holding. I can only copy it to a cell.
Green dollar, we're moving
and then
up
copy
the
from that
ladder.
cell indirectly, like that. And I think it's just this as like an introductory puzzle. I think that does what we want. Starcasted has redeemed change background color. Green, we're moving up the corporate ladder. Yes, we are on the green puzzles. Let's have green to signify that. Thank you for the request. Sarah says, like equations in Excel, where you name the cell and then it uses the value wherever it is. Yes, it is very much like, well, actually, so what's going on here is copy from, like, a direct copy would be like having a formula in Excel that refers to a specific cell. An indirect copy would be like having a cell. If you had a cell in your spreadsheet that had A1 as its contents, and then you had another formula that referred to that cell to use the value from cell A1. And I think there is actually a function in Excel that does that called indirect. But I don't think it's used very often, because you don't usually need to do that level of complexity in Excel, because I'm sure there are spreadsheets out there that do. But yes, this is exactly the sort of thing you come up against when you try to do anything advanced in something like Excel. Management would like to thank you for your efforts indirectly through me. Yep, that sounds like management. Okay, let's just make sure I'm not talking nonsense and this does work how I think. So this should copy from cell 3, yeah, which is an E. Let me get another E. Is this going to spell a word? Because it's E-E... No, it's going to be E-E-K-A-A. That doesn't... I thought they would at least arrange the letters to spell a word. That's not a word. Oh Okay, and we got the optimization challenges. Yeah, trust me, I used to be a Scrabble player, and I would know if that was a word. We got the optimization challenges, but I think that was just an introductory puzzle. So now we have string storage floor. Oh, look at this! We have null terminated strings. We have null terminated strings, everyone, except they're not nulls because this game doesn't have nulls. They're just zeros. Although the words are get the tar awake is an XXX. I'm not quite sure what this is supposed to say. Cass says, could you make it spell a word? I believe we are in fact going to make it spell a word right now. I couldn't make it spell a word in the previous level because if you outbox the wrong thing, the game just stops and says you did it wrong. Ren says C will never die. C is not the only language to use null terminated strings. In fact, most languages do. It's just that a lot of them like to hide that detail from the user so that they can't mess it up. But actually, because Ren did say earlier, and I forgot to read out your comment, now we can have invalid pointers foot gun, which is a very good point. If I try to use the indirect addressing mode with a number less than 0 or greater than 24, then presumably the game would stop me. But yeah, let's just process the strings and not read or discuss what they say. It would be impolite to read messages intended for someone else. And forbidden. Okay, yeah, we are. No, this is literally how a C program would write out a string. So it will provide me with an address. For each address provided in the inbox, outbox the requested item from the floor and all following items on the floor until you reach a 0. So if you wanted to send the word awake, you wouldn't address each letter separately. You just store the number 11 as the starting point of the word awake. Oops. And then when the program was past the number 11, it would go 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, we're at a 0 now. We'll stop and print the word awake. Let me actually see what happens if you try to... This is going to be where we store our pointer for the string. But if I just subtract it from itself twice to get a negative number, and then try and do an indirect address, what would that do? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I didn't store it back, so it still went to 4. Hang on. Copy back into X. I want to address -4. There we go. Ah, bad tile address. Tile with address -4 does not exist. Where do you think you're going? So the thing with real computers is they tend to have quite a lot of memory, and the program isn't using all the memory at once. So the issue is not so much if you access a memory location that doesn't exist, because then the program just crashes. The bigger problem is... what if I'm using this bit of memory here. Imagine there was another floor over here that another program is using, and then suddenly my program starts trying to steal tiles from that program. That's what can happen in a computer system that doesn't have security boundaries between each process. A bug can just cause a process to start reading another process's data. Which, first of all, makes the program crash, which is bad. But secondly, you can then use that to exploit the program, and then you have a security vulnerability, which is bad. And it all comes down to, yeah, this feature here, the indirect addressing. But it would be pretty much impossible to write programs without it. Sarah says, you never talk rubbish. What a trash comment towards yourself. Be nice to my best Emma. Sarah, were you lurking in yesterday's stream? Because I think I spent more time ranting on about things than I did actually solving the puzzles. So maybe you would feel differently about that comment if you'd been here yesterday. Okay, what are they going to say? Yes, I went on a date once. But I was told my heart was an encrypted vault of solitude. I assumed it was a compliment. We never saw each other again. Ah, okay. Right, let's get rid of my program that only exists to cause a crash. What we need to do here is... I assume... Presumably we can assume that these pointers are all valid. Let's assume all the pointers are valid. So... we can immediately copy from indirect X and outbox it. Then we can bump X, copy from X again. If it's 0, then we're done. Otherwise, we loop back to here. Okay, we probably don't need one of these copy froms if we do this a bit more smartly. Yeah. Copy to X, copy from indirect, jump if 0. Otherwise, outbox. Yeah, I think this is optimal. So that's 7 instructions. See if it works. So we're starting at number 4. So that's going to copy H. And then it should move to the next one because it should get a 0. We do. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's quite clever, actually. They're optimizing their space. They're optimizing their memory usage. They're outputting the word the, but they're storing the th here, and then they're reusing the e of awake for the e of the. Okay, let's see what the message is. The target. The target XX. The target XX is awake. XX. That's ominous. The target is awake. Take. I like how they made take as well. This T and then ache of awake. The target is awake. Take this. The target is awake. Take this. Okay. Okay, and we did do it optimally. Liari, welcome in, Best Penguin. Thank you for redeeming Curl Doc as your flower of the day. Ooh, string reverse. Is he going to speak the whole thing backwards? Hello. How are you today? Aha. Aha, okay, now seriously. For each 0 terminated string in the inbox. Ah, okay, so the strings are coming in the inbox now rather than being on the floor. You can't see because my camera's in the way, but it's starting with the word many and then a 0. For each 0 terminated string in the inbox, reverse it and put the resulting outbox. Repeat. So, Ren was talking earlier about stacks. This isn't quite a stack, but it almost is. Because we'll be putting these letters onto the floor and then outputting them in the reverse order. So that's kind of like a stack, and we'll be using I think we'll be using this as a stack pointer. Let's call this SP for stack pointer and pretend we know what we're doing. A man, a plan, a pan, a lamp. Did I tell you about the time I went to Panama? It was a long time ago. Or maybe it hasn't happened yet. I get the order of things flipped around sometimes. LT Bago says at least they put some kisses at the end. Yeah, they put X's in. I noticed they didn't have a space character, so they had to put X's between words. So to input the string, we want to inbox something, and then if it's not 0, then we just want to keep inboxing until we get to a 0. But we need to put the first one in here, we need to put the second one in here, so we need to keep track of where we're putting each item. And I think what we do is we use this. So we copy to indirect what's in there. So that will copy it to 0 first, but then we bump this, so it's a 1. And then we'll copy to 1, and then we'll bump, and then we'll copy to 2, and then we'll bump. And so when we jump out of this, actually, no, we need to jump there. So when we jump out of this, this will be pointing to 1 past the end of our string. So to output the string in reverse order, we'd need to bump minus this first, because it's 1 past. That will put it to the end of the string. Copy indirect from there, outbox, and then keep doing that, except when we get down to 0, then we're done. Well, actually, no, because when we get down to 0, we still need to copy from 0. So we need to go down to 0, copy from 0. Then, so if it's negative, then we're done. But then we need to reset this to 0. So actually, maybe it would be better if it was when it was 0. Yeah, if it's 0 at this point. No, just say if it's negative, then just bump it again so that it's 0. And then start again. That'll work. Okay, we might be 1 instruction over on this. So M, and then increase that so that we go to A next, and then increase it to 2. So we go to cell 2 next, and then 3. And then 4, and then we get a 0, and we say, aha! Now we need to, go to 3, and then go to 2, and see we're outputting the word backwards. And then when we get to 1, when we get to -1, we start again. Don't know what that's supposed to say. It just says many no. Okay, it was not optimal, but we were close. El Tubago says, fair warning, I'm 2 hours into wine and chitching with Nespa and made a joke about getting a bottle of vodka, but then followed through with the joke because I have no self-control. Okay, first thing I'm going to say is, El Tubago, please do not do anything stupid, please. We care about you, please stay safe. And the second thing I'm going to say is, I can see that. Nespa is very chatty and fun. And I saw she was online, but I wasn't able to hang out because obviously I was streaming. But I've done plenty of shout-outs to Nespa because we actually raided her yesterday. I wonder if this one is simple enough to try and optimize. We only need to save 1 command or 1 cycle to make it optimal. How can we do this better? I think it's to do with not doing this at the end. But then, we could say, well, let's just keep this as a 0 and put the stack pointer in here, because I don't think anything's going to be 12 items long. So we could use this as the stack pointer. And then if we go negative, we just actually no, that doesn't even save instructions. That doesn't save instructions all time. No, they're better off just using this. S E. Actually, I miss real programming where you can just type the names of your variables with the keyboard instead of having to draw them. Maybe I can think about this better if I get start again. So we definitely have to inbox something. And put it with an indirect copy. Yeah, like all of these things are unavoidable. Jump there is unavoidable. We want to jump if 0 here, definitely. That's unavoidable. We have to know when we're at the end of the string. I wonder if we can avoid incrementing past the end of the string. If we... Well, that should be a copy too as well. We can't inbox and then bump the pointer because then we lose what we inboxed. So yeah. We would have to inbox. Yeah, I don't think we can avoid going one past the end. I think that's the best we can do. T-Bagger says I'm fine, I know my limits. Okay, that's okay then, T-Bagger. And because we are one past the end, we have to start by subtracting it. This should not be an indirection. There we go. From yeah, outbox, and again that has to be a loop, obviously. We could say if this is 0, just copy vom 0 and output one more. This might be faster for cycles, for steps, sorry. Not, well, cycles, I guess. This might be optimal for steps. No. Did that jump backwards? Oh. New many. What we're apparently saying this time. Okay, we actually beat the speed challenge quite significantly with 109. I can't see how to make the program shorter though. Well, I can see how to make it 12 because that's what we had before. I can't see how to make it less than 12. We need it to be 11. But if we need it to be 11, we can only put one more instruction in here. We can only put one more instruction in this, but we need 2 more instructions in this. Because at the moment this will leave the stack pointer as... that will leave the stack pointer as negative. So we would need a bump plus that pointer. And then we'd need a jump in here. So I don't see how to do it in 11. So we might give up on that for now. Move on to the next one. Ren says, my cat is being a troublemaker because she's hungry. Her dinner time is in 40 minutes. Oh no. What are cats like? Inventory report. Inventory check. Accounting verification. Surprise audit. These are a few of my favourite things. Nobody likes surprise audits. Not even the auditors. So let's get started. For each thing in the inbox, send to the outbox the total number of matching items on the floor. So it's going to give us an A, C, a B, and an X. And each time we need to count up the number of matching things. That's new. How can you determine if two letters are equal? Maybe try the same thing you would do if they were numbers. Yes, B is just one more than A. You've made it this far. I'm sure you already knew that. Yeah, so computers store letters as numbers using ASCII or Unicode or something similar. So you can just use a subtract. If you subtract X from X, you will get 0, and then you know they're equal. Okay, well, how are we going to do this? First thing we need to do is we need a number to store the answer. Actually, let's call it count, a more programming type name. We need somewhere to store how many we have, and we also need a pointer to the current one we're checking. Let's call that I. We usually use I in loops in programming. So, and we have a 0 here. Let's call this 0 because we need to set I to 0 the time we start. And we also need to set count to 0 every time we start. Then we inbox. Let's call this the thing we're checking. Let's call it X. Confusing to call it X because one of them is X and one isn't. Let's call it thing. Look, naming variables is hard. Okay, there are two hard problems in computer science. One of them is naming things. Copy to thing. Then we need to do a loop through all the numbers. So we need to start with our I, which is at 0. We need to copy indirectly from I. And we need to determine whether I and thing are the same. So subtract thing. And then if they're 0, then it's the same. If they're 0, we need to increment count. We have bump plus for that. And if it's not, then we don't. Then we increment I, and we go back round the loop. There. Until copy from I gives us 0, at which point we've done the whole thing. So then we would need to output count, not copy to, outbox. And then start the whole process again, including resetting the count and I. Sarah Star says simultaneous equations, A minus B equals 0, so A equals B. Well, yes, except with letters. X minus X equals 0, so X equals X. Okay, what are the chances of this working first time? Everyone knows your code never works first time. So the thing we're looking for is A. That is a B. B is not an A. So this gives, yeah, that gives 1. Now we have an A. That gives 0. So we increment count. Okay, it seems like it's working. Speed things up a bit. So we have seen that there are 4 A's, which there are. There are 4 B's as well. Wait. Oh, so we're doing... I thought we were going ABC. We're going ACB, apparently. There are indeed 2 C's. Now we're doing the B's. And there are 4 of them. Wait, no, there's 5. Okay, no, there are in fact 5, so that was correct. And then there are 4 X's. No, 3 X's. The program can count better than I can. That was optimal in terms of size, but not speed. We were a bit slow. Okay, I won't try this one too many times because it does take quite a long time. I was running it at maximum speed there. It does seem like you just have to sit through it every time. But can I make this faster? We always need to do... Yeah, most of these things are strictly necessary, I think. How many... Can I see how many steps I took? Oh, I can't. Right, 435. Okay, so we need to try and beat 435. Let's see if we can beat 435. I'm wondering if I can save a jump here. In the case where it's not matching. If I put this at the end and jump there and then jump back, then if it's not matching, we don't incur any extra. Because these, where the jump is pointing in, where you've just got this blank square, which is like the target of the jump, that doesn't count as an instruction. The program doesn't spend any time executing this jump label. So that will actually be faster, I think. We can also speed it up by putting this at the start, I think. Then here, this is where I wanted a jump if positive again, but we haven't got one. But jump if 0. No, yeah, copy from I, jump if 0 there, and jump in, start. That might be faster. Oh god, we're 2 hours in already. I did not realise I'd spent so long messing around with programs. Thank you for reminding me, T-Bago. Let's just see if this works.
Ragged Robin, Silene Flows Q-Coley.
Seems like it is still working. Ragged Robin is our flower of the day. That's quite rare but lovely wild meadow wildflower. Looks a bit like Red Campion but more raggedy. So, oh, I don't have... I have an emote for Red Campion, but it's not in my emote list at the moment because I don't have enough slots. Oh well. Okay, good news is it was faster. Bad news is it's still not fast enough. I think we might move on for now, rather than spend a lot of time on that one. Oh, we have another break. We have Where's Carol? Okay, let's watch this cutscene and then we'll take our break. Year 33. How long till we get to retire?
Hey, where's Carol?
Where's Carol?
Oh my god. This coffee.
Excuse me? Oh my god, this coffee is amazing. Coffee time.
Back to work, ladies.
Was Carol just fired? What happened?
Breaking. Previous reports of Machine Army evaluate to false. Everything equals 100% fine. Weather within pleasant tolerance parameters for human skin layer. You're all going to be fine.
Okay, robots have taken over the world, and also Carol jumped out of the office. I mean, that's not good, is it? Okay, and we have Val Incinerator coming up next, but let's take a quick break. Yoink. I say thank you for reminding me, T-Bago. Harry says, I don't think I trust that news host about the robot situation. No, me neither. And Matt just says, poor Carol. I think for the rest of the game, we might not try to get the optimized solutions. Having said that, I probably will go back off stream and try and get them. So I'll share in my Discord the progress I make. How about that? Do some stretches. Ow. When I am not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life, and I like to share that with my viewers by way of the redeem that LT Bago just used. You can pick any British wildflower, and I will talk about it for a bit as a sort of interlude to the stream. If you've been sat for a couple of hours watching, it would be a good time to get up, move around, stretch, take a sip of water, etc. Okay. Silene floss cuculi. I have no idea what that means in Latin. Maybe it means ragged in Latin. The books. Oh. And let's bring up a picture of Ragged Robin, so you know what we're talking about. Yeah, so if you're familiar with the much more common red campion, at a distance Ragged Robin can look very similar. It is pink, and red campion has 5 petals, but each petal is split in half, so it looks more like 10 petals. Ragged Robin has 5 petals, but each petal is split into 4. And okay, here's a good photo because it shows you a full flower. But as its name suggests, it quite often looks a bit raggedy. So this is a bit more common of what you would see. These snaps, there we go. It would more often look more like that. So it's not quite as clear that there are in fact 5 petals each split into 4. And I believe it is the same family as red campion. I believe Silene is the same. The first part, the family part, is the same. Altibago says it translates to silent flower cuckoo. That's an interesting name. As Altibago points out, most flowers are silent. Most flowers are also flowers. I think that the flower part is redundant. And the word cuckoo is interesting because there is a flower called cuckoo flower as its common name. But it's not this. It looks nothing like this. So, flowers version of a bad hair day, says Matcha. This is very true. And yeah, the picture on the right is much more representative of what it usually looks like. Let me see if there's a picture that has a bigger patch of them. I mean, there are photos of bigger patches, but I think you'd struggle to pick out details. I can't find any with the leaves either. But yeah, it lots of pictures of bad hair days. This one is quite nice. Here's another example of what it usually looks like. Okay, you're using Google. I mean, Google Translate is probably going to be accurate for botanical names. Let's not question it. Let's just read about it in the book, which is fortunately in English. Hello, Ratmost. Welcome in. Good to see you. Best rat streamer. Everybody go follow. Shout out to the Queen of the cheese, Ratmost, is here. Right. Eileen. And well timed, Ratmost, as well. You're just in time for the botany segment. Ratmost says good morning. Good time zone to everybody. It is, of course, evening here. Silene Floss. Cuculi. Is in the other book. Every books. Ragged Robin. A perennial herb of damp habitats including wet grassland, rush pasture, fen meadow, ditches, dune slacks, tall herb fen and damp woodland margins. Ragged Robin was lost from most of its sites in the latter half of the 20th century, mainly as a result of the agricultural improvement of wet grassland as well as neglect or undergrazing, subtle changes in the surrounding hydrology, and development. Its distribution appears to be stable at large scales, although localised losses continue. So, yes. The usual story of habitat loss, it's not rare. It's a lot less common than things like red campion that are happy growing in any old road verge. And it would be unusual to come across it somewhere that wasn't like a protected habitat, I think, nowadays. A shame that we've lost so much of it because it used to be really, really common. Yeah, it's just the usual story with habitat loss. Sorry, I didn't turn the game sound down. Hopefully you can hear all right. Altibago says improvement in quotes. Yeah, so the term improved in relation to agricultural land refers to the land having been treated with artificial fertilizers or pesticides or herbicides or planted with specific types of grass. It's improved from the perspective of the yield, the crop yield, or how many animals that land can support. So it's improved from a farming perspective, it's not improved from an ecological perspective. It is in fact much worse from an ecological perspective. On the other hand, improvement of farmland is pretty much the single reason that there are 8 billion humans on the planet and they aren't all starving to death. It's the main. I mean, there are two things. One was the invention of artificial fertilizer, and the other was the practice of improving pasture. It is the reason that we can exist. We can fit 60 plus million people on the very small island of Great Britain and feed them all, and we can still eat beef and things that are land intensive. So improvement in terms of quality of life for people and profit for farmers, not improvement in any other way. It's kind of inevitable, unfortunately. Let me get up a distribution map. Ragged Robin. So, these are the records, and at first glance it does look like it's quite common. However, you have to remember that the darker the record, the more recent it was seen. So all of these pale coloured records, that means it was present there at some point before 1970, but it's not there anymore. If I were to adjust this to only where it's been seen since the year 2000, suddenly it's looking a lot more sparse in some areas of the country. There are still areas where it is plentiful, those being rural areas and areas that have a greater degree of protection, such as national parks or just rural areas. It's relatively frequent in Somerset. I'd say it's no worse in North Somerset than anywhere else in the country. I have only personally seen it a handful of times. I think the decline is continuing, honestly. Like this is everywhere it's been seen since 2020. Now a lot of places haven't been visited since 2020, so it could still be there. But let's be generous and say it's still in half of these places, then that's still quite a big decline. But yeah, these are places where I've seen it, because these are records since 2020. So yeah, it is Ragged Robin. I remember this plant because one of the places I saw it was a little village in Somerset called Chewton Mendip. It is an appropriate name because it's in the Chew Valley, which is best known for Chew Valley Lake, which is a huge artificial reservoir. But it's right at the top of the valley, and it's on the Mendips, so hence the name. And there are a couple of fields that still have some nice wildflowers in around that village. But I was looking at some Ragged Robin, and someone came over to me and asked me what I was doing. And I said I was doing a botanical survey. And they said, "Oh, have you found anything interesting?" And I pointed to the Ragged Robin and say, "This is a wild meadow flower. It's quite rare. It's quite nice." And they said, "Oh no, that's just red campion." And I said, "No, it's not. It looks a bit like red campion." It isn't. Ragged Robin. And they said, "Oh no, it's just a manky red campion." Like, well, no, it's not a manky red campion. The thing. Look, I'm the botanist here, but yeah, that's stuck with me as a memory. So this is what red campion looks like. So it's the same basic structure. Let me actually come back to this one, because this shows the structure of the flower. The structure of the flower is the same. There are 5 petals, and they are split. In this case, split into 2, and in this case, split into 4. And red campion is also it's Silene dioica. So it's the same. It's a Silene family. But this one is really, really common. This one will grow pretty much anywhere. Ratmos says fetch the diagram. No, I just kind of said I'm a botanist. I'm fairly sure it's Ragged Robin. I think they accepted me after that. I showed them a picture on my phone of a Ragged Robin and showed that it was the same. Ratmos says, I grew up in a post-ag boom rural area, so there's a lot of land that was deforested and improved, used briefly for grazing or crops, and then left empty after 70 years. Yeah, that is a big problem in some countries. The thing with the UK is it's so small and densely populated that we don't have that much unused land. I mean, there's land that's, we have wasteland that used to be an industrial site and it's too contaminated to build houses on and nobody wants to pay for the cleanup. Like, we have that. But we don't have agricultural land sitting idle because we can't really afford to spare it. And we're not deforesting anywhere to create farmland because that ship sailed a long time ago. Historically, most of England was forested, but it was all gone centuries ago. Like it was deforested before we knew that conservation was a thing we needed to do. So, the more recent ecological disaster is taking what was traditionally managed farmland, and the way that farmland was traditionally managed, wildflowers were still able to grow. You had wildflower meadows which were absolutely beautiful in the spring, because all you did was you to make hay to feed your animals in the winter. You didn't just cut grass. You let whatever wanted to grow there. You cut all of it, flowers, grass, whatever. Put that for storage, and then somebody decided, well, we could support more animals if we just planted grass here and treated it with chemicals. And we lost all our wildflower meadows. But yeah, it wasn't the clearing of forest for farmland that caused the huge decline in wildflowers. It caused a decline. It obviously caused a huge decline in forest-specific plants. But as I say, the biggest disaster has happened since the 1950s. Before then, you still had wildflower meadows. And so it could very much have been avoided. It's no use going back and telling the 9th century Anglo-Saxons that they shouldn't be chopping down a forest for their farmland, because... But we should have known better in the second part. But it is, in places that still do have large areas of native forest, you do get the thing that Ratmost is describing, which is such a shame. Altibago says ship sailed literally the Great British Navy. Okay, technically, yes, we did cut down forests to build ships with. That was a tiny, tiny fraction of the deforestation that happened, though. The amount that actually went into building ships was not significant. Anyway, that's enough botany for today. Ragged Robin, Red Campion. I shall put the books back. Botany class is over, as Matcha likes to say. And let's see what Vowel Incinerator is all about. Who is who? What is the meaning of this? Management is attempting to reduce bandwidth by removing all vowels from every word. Good luck. Send everything from the inbox to the outbox except for vowels. Okay, we can do that. Yes, facilities management has kindly left all 5 vowels over there on the floor for you. We really should send them a handwritten thank you note one of these days. Interesting to note that Y is not considered a vowel for the purposes of this exercise, and they are sending us a Y. So how are we going to do this? Well, obviously we pick the thing out of the inbox. What I'm thinking we do is we subtract the thing on the floor from what we're holding, and if we get a 0, then it's a vowel, and we give up and go back to start. We need to subtract each of these in turn. So this actually doesn't need to be a 0, it needs to be an indirection to something. And once we've done the test, if it's not 0, we'll need to add it back again. Then we need to bump this. Actually, no, that's not going to work. Because this needs to serve as our 0 terminator. So we actually need a separate pointer. Let's call this putter for pointer. So actually the first thing we need to do is copy a 0 into the pointer. This needs to operate on the pointer. Need to increment the pointer. And if at any point this is 0, no, this is, if at any point this is 0, then we've checked all the vowels and we didn't find a match. So if it's 0, we need to outbox it. If it's not 0, we need to. Yeah. Gonna work. Trying to reason through this. Oh dear, my chat have started talking without vowels. Gutchiluf, says Harry. Matcha says, what's wrong with vowels? Ratmost says, what needs vowels, please? For the vowels. But her shit getting very confusing with the vowels. Ooh. I think that's supposed to be LOL from Harry. LOL with no vowels is just ooh. Been silly shit. Verdsky says, is my favorite. And Ren says, no. I there's quite a few things that no could be. Verdsky's name, by the way, is Vudska. Matcha says Gucci be struggling with this. You forgot to take some vowels out of your message there, Matcha. But that's just as well, because it means I can actually read it. Okay, let me try and focus on my program. Okay, there needs to be a jump here. And we do need to check for 0. I just realised my solution doesn't actually allow me to check for 0 because, oops. That needs actually to be copied from 0. What I'm doing is... Wait, what? Oh, no, copy from 5, not copy from indirect 5. You can't add with a letter. What would that even mean? Oh, that's a shame. I'm actually disappointed that the game doesn't let me do that. Because obviously adding with a letter means adding the numeric value of the letter. If we can subtract letters, you can subtract E from A to get 4, for example, then you should be able to add A to 4 to get E. I'm kind of disappointed that the game doesn't allow that, but I suppose it makes sense to just limit it to subtraction. That means my solution isn't going to work, because what I was going to do was subtract A, and if that didn't give 0, I would add the A back on to get back to where I was. What I'll have to do instead is I'll have to store the letter in a variable every time. So store there, sub pointer, jump if 0, bump pointer, jump back, copy from X again. How do we know when we get to 0? Because I'm not actually... At no point am I... Hold, hang on, am I doing sub the right way round? Yeah, I am. Yeah, we never actually pick up what's on the floor to test if it's 0 or not. We have to do a copy from pointer before we do a copy from X, and then jump if it's 0. Oh, and this is, we need to outbox. This is if it's not a vowel, so we need to outbox, and then we need to jump in like that. Yeah, this is not going to be optimal in any way, shape, or form. But it should work at least. So let's discover that Y isn't a vowel. No, we didn't output the vowel. Oh, we need to copy from X again before we outbox. No, H is not a vowel. O is a vowel, so we should not output it, which we don't. Okay, yeah, it's working. Verdsky says CD. Matcha says correct message. Cass says with those it just be cuss the little. Atmos says what thinks. Expression for dismay or concern. So Ren was saying oh no. Harry says Mutnum's already missing will is mostly recognizable as Hurry Grun. And Ratmost says Hurry Grun Hundi. Oh, that was supposed to be at Harry Green, but you had to take the A out of the at. I like that. So you just did brackets. C_run_D. Isn't but LT Bango says, I'm just glad it's no vowels, no consonants is much harder to read. And Cass says, Mutnum look snook with lisp. And Ratmost says :3, which fortunately doesn't include any vowels. Good job, Gritchy Hut. Yeah, well, I didn't get any of the challenges. Sorry, didn't get any of the challenges. Okay, I'm gonna stop speaking like that now because it's hurting my throat. I'm not gonna try and optimize these. I think we agreed. I'm just gonna carry on with them for now. So duplicate removal. You're fired. Oh, hang on. This is the office that somebody jumped out of because the window's missing. Alhuno, thank you so much for raiding with your party of 1 viewer. Welcome in, viewer, and welcome in, Alhuno. Thank you, mods, for giving a shout out to Alhuno. I actually shouted him out at the start of the stream as well. When he was lurking. I don't know if you... Well, I guess you haven't been watching, Alhuno, because you've obviously been streaming. But welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid. And, oh wow, Anda, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Alhuno. That's really generous of you. Alhuno, enjoy all my fancy emotes. Here are all the emotes that you have. Look at all these pretty flowers that you can use now. Alhuno, I hope your stream was a success. Do let us know what you were streaming. And yeah, if everybody wants somebody cozy to hang out with, then, I mean, I can give you many, many names, but Alhuno is definitely one of those names. I hope you are doing well today. Right, I don't think we've actually been fired, because I think we still need to solve a puzzle here. Haha, just kidding. But I do have a note here from your other supervisor. She's out sick today, but she says, it's time to eliminate inefficiencies. And that's it. Send everything from the inbox to the outbox, unless you've seen the same value before. Discard any duplicates. I feel like this is a safety concern. Our office is missing a corner. At the very least, there should be a guardrail or a warning sign or something here. Alhuno says, I was streaming a Kaizo Super Mario World hack called Sauna Mario World, and we have 2 levels left. It took me 3 hours today to finish a level, and it kicked my butt. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Alhuno. That sounds incredibly difficult. As you may know, I recently played Celeste, and I eventually had to abandon it because the levels were getting too hard, so... Yeah, Kaizo ROM hacks would be well beyond my capabilities, so you have a lot of respect from me for attempting those. Matcha says, at least there's a good breeze in the room, just don't trip. Yeah, we have air conditioning, what's the issue? Cass says, I think that guy needs to stop telling them they're fired as a joke. That might be the cause for the hole in his wall. Yeah. So yeah, Alhuno, I don't know if you've ever seen this game before. This is a programming puzzle game. We have been struggling to get our head around not solving the levels so much as there are bonus optimization challenges for solving the levels quickly, which I've been struggling to get my head around. Yes, I'm scared of her too. So for the moment, we're not trying to optimize, we're just going with try and solve the level. So we need to remove, it's not just consecutive duplicates, I think, it's all duplicates. So here where we get A, D, C, and then you can't see because my face cam, it goes back to A. I think we need to eliminate this A as well. Alhuno says, I've been lurking, this looks right up my alley. Oh, good to know. Well, we started it last stream. We did some of the easier levels. Let me do a quick Steam link for the game if anyone is interested. It's by the same developer as World of Goo, which was a physics-based puzzle game, which we played recently. We then also played its sequel, World of Goo 2. This also has a sequel called 7 Billion Humans, which is supposed to teach you about like multi-threaded programming. So that will almost certainly be a bit much for poor Emma Brain, but we will be trying that. Once we're done with this one, we'll be trying the sequel. Alhunos has been programming since 2014. Oh, very cool. And I can recommend World of Goo as well. And apparently, people have said good things about Little Inferno, which was the developer's other game. I haven't played that one myself, but I might do in future, just to complete the playthrough of all this developer's games. Okay, so how would we... What would we want to do here? We obviously need to build up a list of things we've seen before. So we could inbox it, a thing, then loop through a list, and then outbox it if we have seen it. But the question is, how do we maintain that list? We need a null terminated list, I think. That's obviously what the game wants you to do. We have a 0 on, but it's at the end here, and we also need to preserve a 0 for reinitializing it. So let's call that 0. I think what we need to do is create our own 0 terminated string, starting at 0. So if we start by copying from here, and it looks strange to say copy from 0 to 0, so let's label this as start. I'm never going to get over this having to draw your variable names, by the way. So copy 0 to start. And then what we want to do to test if we've seen it before is, well, let's also store our we would want to have a loop where we look at everything up to, from 0 up to the, from start up to the null terminator. But we don't know where the null terminator is going to be yet. So we need another variable called I. This is getting complicated. We need another variable called I, which also needs to be initialized to 0, which is going to be a pointer. And we need to copy from indirectly from what's pointed at, which will be start to begin with. Actually, yeah, we could rather than calling this start, we could make it a bit cleaner by saying copy indirect I. We would need to do a sub from X, and if that is a 0, then we've seen it before, and we would need to go back to reset, go back to the inbox. If we haven't seen it before, we need to increment I and then go around again. We also need to check if at any point we're holding a 0, we've checked every value, and so it is actually new. And if it is actually new, there are two things we need to do. The first thing we need to do is actually store it in the list. So we need to copy indirect I to store it over the 0 that we had before. Then we need to increment I, and then we need to write a new terminator. So we need to write a new null terminator for the next cell. So copy from 0 to the new I, indirect. Oops. Should be I, and it should be indirect. But I want to outbox here, because otherwise our hands get overwritten with the I's. And then jump back to the beginning. Okay, let's give that a go. Actually says it seems the hole extends to the other room, so hopefully they can leave. That's true. Okay, so we're looking at A. No, that's not right. What did I do wrong? We initialized I to 0. We initialized X to the letter E this time. Okay. Why are we? Jump if 0 copy to. Oh, I need a copy from X here. That's why. I'm an idiot. Yeah. So as soon as we read a 0 in our string, we need to go and fetch the letter and put it on the 0. Yeah, like that. And then output it because it's new. Then we need to increment I and store a 0 on the I. So now we have instead of having a length 0 string, we now have a length 1 string. Wait, why did I? Oh yeah, don't reset. We don't do that every time. Ooh. This is a tricky. We do need to reset I every time, but we don't need to reset indirect I, because that would set cell 0 back to 0 and wipe out our string every time. So these two, and we have a 0 in our hands here. So actually, yeah, no, these last two commands are the same as these two commands. So we can get rid of this and just jump to here instead. And we found a duplicate, which we also need to reset I for. So yeah, they both need to go there. Okay, try that again. No. Copy to I first. Oh, this is annoying. We do need to do this only once. We need to copy from 0 here. This is, I feel like this copy from 0 is an unnecessary extra instruction, but I can't see how to not use it. So yeah, we have a length 1 string. Now we need to actually search in our length 1 string. We conclude we didn't see it before. Now we have something we did see before. Oh wait, hang on, no, we haven't reset I. Why is I not been reset? Oh, that's the wrong way around. That's what I need. Oh, no. There must be a way to not repeat this copy to I. This is, I bet you were going to be 1 or 2 instructions off of... So Star says you got this. No, I can definitely solve this, but I want to solve it optimally, and I don't think I can. Ratmo says, do you think this would be a reasonable way to start learning programming, like just getting through the concepts? No, it wouldn't, because this is modelled on assembly language programming, which is not... That's not how people program these days. There are, like, good games and programs to learn to program, but this is not one of them. You're unlikely to need or want to learn assembly language unless you are already knowledgeable and technical minded enough that you wouldn't need something like this. You could just read about how to do it. Something like this would definitely be a good way to learn programming, but I think the instruction set they give you would need to be different. Because this is, you're not learning the sort of programming that people actually do in practice. Like, it would be pointless to learn this and then go to try and start making websites in JavaScript, which is, you know, all people seem to do these days. But it is a fascinating, as somebody who already knows how to program, it is a fascinating game. I don't know how interesting it is to watch, I'll be honest. Okay, where did that go wrong? Because we set those up correctly. We did that correctly. We wrote our E in there and outboxed it, and then... Oh, we're not writing the 0, we're not writing the terminating 0, what's going on here? Oh, copy to indirect I. That's... There must be a way to save this instruction. And I don't know what it is. Never mind. I'm still not being reset. What's going on? Copy to I. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why saving an instruction there doesn't work. But here we go. Yeah, so now we're checking for duplicates. We're throwing away any that are duplicates, and we're only storing. Oh no, why did we think B was not a duplicate? I'm very confused. What happened there? Okay, so far so good. A, B, D. Now we've got a C. Yeah, now we've got an A, so we should detect this A as a duplicate because it should equal 0. Or we subtract it from the other A. Yeah, we should go straight back to the inbox and get another one. Oh, no, hang on. We can't go straight back to the inbox and get another one. We need to do the 0 initialization first. This does need to jump back to here. Are we sure we can't do without this jump? No, because this is copy 0, copy I, copy indirect I. And this one needs to be copy 0, copy I, copy indirect I. No. This needs to be this, and this needs to be this. So these two statements are the opposite way around. The indirection one is first there and second there. That's the issue. This is like a one-time setup thing, and this is like the setup on every loop. It's just they look so similar. But then this, yeah, because this also needs to reset on the jump if 0. So here there needs to be a copy from... we're definitely... no, copy from 0. We're definitely doing too many copies here. That also needs to be a copy to I. For some reason Emma just can't think straight at the moment. If only everything was initialized to 0, it would work really nicely. But we need a copy from... Yeah, we need a copy from 0 to here at the start, otherwise it just doesn't work. We need that here. This is almost certainly too many instructions. Oh wow, Ratmost, we only had a break 50 minutes ago, and she's asking for another one. I have run out of water, so I need to go and get some more. Let's just see if this works. No. Oh, no, that shouldn't be an indirect. I think we finally got it working. Matcha says breaks less than mistakes. I don't know about that. Not when Emma's involved. Okay, we solved it. We didn't solve it optimally, but we solved it. I'm going to move on. So now we have a choice. We have a branch with some extra bonus puzzles on, and then we have the main branch. But we'll stick with trying to do it in number order, so we do the bonus puzzles as well. Ratmost says, gotta spin your Emma every so often so she can think straight again. I think spinning me might have the opposite effect, but yeah, sure, let's try. Actually, let's give you something to watch while I go and get some more water. You can watch duplicate removal running at slowest speed. Okay, we're back. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing. Ren has just seen the next puzzle is called Digit Exploder. Debugging assembly demands frequent breaks, says Ren. Maybe you're right. Let's stop that. Ren says, we wrote an assembler for an instruction set not much bigger than this at a class assignment in college. That does sound interesting. Yeah, if I had to complain about one thing, it would be the lack of a jump if positive. We've only got jump if 0, jump if negative. If you want to jump if positive, you have to use 3 instructions, because you have to have a 0 and a negative jumping somewhere else. But yeah, no, it's a good... I like this game the way it's built. I think the selection of instructions and the selection of puzzles it's chosen is very good. I don't like that it doesn't let you add a number to a letter, because it teaches you it does all that. It teaches you how letters are represented as numbers in the computer, and it says, oh, you can subtract a letter from another letter and check if it's 0 to check if they're equal. It goes so far, and then it doesn't let you add, which is what you'd need to do it properly. Anyway, let's drink some water. And I think Matmos wanted to see my outfit as well. I have this green cardigan with the buttons and a skirt, and I think you wanted me to do a spin. I disagree about the part where spinning is supposed to improve my puzzle solving ability. But there we go, we did one anyway. Right. We haven't got blow high. This is why we're not doing well, it's because we're not holding blow high. Let's hold blow high again. Much better. Okay, well we need to at least try and make it to Digit Exploder this stream, just so that Ren can find out what it is. Alphabetizer. Please be advised, this optional hallway is for advanced employees only. Oh dear. Bzz, bzz. Yes, indeed. Goodbye. Incoming message. You will receive 2 words. One is a decoy, a false lead, a red herring. The other is part of an important message. The inbox contains exactly 2 words. Determine which word comes first if you were to order them alphabetically, and send only that word to the outbox. Okay. Ratmo says that's a lovely skirt. I really like the cut. Oh, thank you, Ratmo. Yeah, it's not quite as spinny as some of my other skirts, but I'm glad you like it. Yes, facilities management has left some useful numbers over there on the floor for you. They were just here. Did you see them pass you in the elevator? If facilities management were here, why didn't you mention the gaping hole in the wall? Surely that's a bigger concern. Okay, I think I know what they're getting at with these 2 numbers as well. I think this number is going to be a pointer to hold the first word, and this number is going to be a pointer to hold the second word. Because then we can start the first word here and store it here, and we can start the second one at index 10. This is assuming that the words are never longer than 10 letters. I think we can assume that on the grounds that if they were, we wouldn't be able to fit them on this memory or floor. So to input the words, let's call this actually let's call this pointer 1 and this pointer 2, and let's just worry about reading in the words to start with. So to read in a word, we inbox and then we copy indirect to pointer 1. Then we increment pointer 1. And we keep doing that until we've inboxed a 0. I think we probably want to put the 0 on the board as well. So we do the jump of 0 here. Then we need to input the second word. So this time I keep putting copy from instead of copy 2. This time we copy indirect pointer 2 instead of pointer 1. But otherwise it all works the same. So jump here, jump if 0 here. Then once we get here, we should have both words on the board. Let me just make sure that's the case. Okay, yes, yeah, I know we didn't outbox it, but yes, okay. We have put both words on. Now, in order to tell which one comes first alphabetically, I mean, in this case, we would just compare the first letters. I suspect the game is going to be fussier than that, and it's going to give us a test case where the 2 words start with the same letter. And so we won't be able to get away with just checking the first 2 letters. There is another problem, which is we don't have a 10 in our grid anymore. We might have to actually preserve these. Actually, we don't have to preserve this because we can get a 0 whenever we want. Well, maybe it's easier if we do. So yeah, we actually need to store the pointers separately so that we can reset them. So right at the start, we copy a 0 into pointer 1. So in a real instruction set, you would have like an immediate opcode, or an immediate addressing mode, or whatever it is. You'd have a thing where you can just say, put a 0 in this box. So like the instruction would just be, put the number 0 at this address, or put the number 10 at this address. You don't have to keep a 10 around in memory and in case you need a 10 again. You can just store a 10 in your program. I could just like have a number here that I put into a variable, but you can't do that in this game. So I need to keep the 0 and 10 around. Then, once I've read in the words, I need to reset the pointers back to 0 and 10, because if you're trying to alphabetize words, you compare them starting with the first letters. You don't compare them starting with the last letters. Ren says, "Wow, string copy and string comp." Yes, we are both copying and comparing strings. To be fair, we have done both of those things before in this game. It's just the combination of having to do both. So by doing that, we're now pointing back to the start of our strings. So what we could do is we could grab indirect P1 would give us the first letter of the first word. We could then subtract indirect P2, which would subtract the first letter of the second word. If that result is negative, then we need to output the... If that result is negative, P1 is bigger than P2. But a letter being bigger means it's nearer the end of the alphabet, so it's the smaller one that's alphabetically first. So if this is negative, then the second word is the alphabetically first one. Second word. And if it isn't negative... Oh, well, then there's also the case if it's 0. Yeah, if it's 0, then they're the same. And if then it's not negative or 0, then it's the first word. I wish I had a tablet to do this writing. If you thought writing variable names by drawing with a mouse is bad, writing comments by drawing with a mouse is even worse. Programmers already don't write enough comments, so you really don't want to disincentivize comment writing by making it harder. Fatmos says, "Thank goodness I can get all 3 10s out of my adapters box." Oh god. Why? It's not the fact that my chat has memes, because all chats have memes. It's why do the memes end up being Emma's house is made of cheese and her pockets are full of VGA adapters? Like, why are these memes we settle on? Can we not do better than that? Okay, so what do we do? I suppose in the 0 case, yeah, in the 0 case, we increment both pointers and try again, I guess. So bump P1 and bump P2, and then just go back to here. And this would still break if they give us the same word in both, because it would get to the 2 zeros and then it would go off the end. I'm gonna be generous and assume they don't give us the same word twice. Cass says you should be glad chat isn't eating bees. Is that a meme from your streams, Cass? I mean, I am glad chat isn't eating bees for their own safety, if nothing else. What's the backstory there, Cass? That's an interesting one. Okay, and then if we get here, we know which word. We now know the answer. We know which word is the one we want. We might have had to check multiple letters. So if it's the second word, we need to reset P2 back to 0 again. So sorry, from 10, because we need to output the word starting from the beginning. So we need to copy that. Then we need to do the output. So the output is going to be copy indirect from P2 outbox. Bump P2. keep going until we've output everything. We know we've output everything when we get to 0 when we copy from P2. At that point, we go right back to the start for the next word. Actually, is the game only given? Yeah, no. The inbox contains exactly 2 words. I've just realised this. The inbox contains exactly 2 words. This isn't. We don't have to keep doing this in a loop. So we just stop the program then. So jump. I guess jump is 0 out of the program. I think execution just stops if you go off the end. And then for the first word, it's going to look exactly like this, except we're going to be using P1 instead of P2, and we've got to initialize it to 0. So copy from indirect P1, jump if 0 to the end of the program, otherwise outbox, bump P1 and jump back. There's a chance of this working. So we do. Well, we know the inputting the words work. We've already looked at that. Oh, look at this. Look what the game has done. Look what the game has done. It's given us 2 words that start with the same 2 letters because I knew it was going to. So we did need that extra bit. Cass says, not mine, in relation to the chat eating bees, not mine but another community I hang out in. I'm not really sure how it started, but we often share jars of bees as snacks. Please don't do that, Cass. I'm sure there are more nutritious and less spicy snacks that you could be sharing. Especially if any of your chat are affected badly by bee stings, which I am really badly allergic to insect bites. Fortunately, we don't really get mosquitoes in the UK, but once when I was in France, I got bitten by a mosquito, and the bite swelled up to that size. So I do not react well to insects. Ferren says, if I need a Parmesan input to dual Swiss output adapter, I know who to call. No, I appreciate, no, Ferren, I appreciate your ability to combine 2 memes to get a new meme. That is very well done there. Ratmos says, hello, you've reached Cheese Connectors and Construction Supply. Cass says, Noms Bees Crunch. Did you at least take the sting out first? Ren says, living in Florida, I can't even imagine what it must be like not having mosquitoes. I mean, we still have biting insects, Ren. We have midges, which are like sort of mosquito light. They're smaller and their bites are not as harmful, but they still cause nasty swelling for me, and they're everywhere in the summer in the UK. But we don't get malaria from them, which is nice. Cass says, that's kind of the joke. All of us are more or less scared of bees IRL. And this is the thing. You shouldn't be scared of bees because if you don't disturb them, if you don't disturb a bee, it won't sting you. Wasps, on the other hand, wasps are just jerks. Wasps will sting you because they just feel like it. It's wasps that you shouldn't like. Bees, important pollinators. The ecosystem would collapse without them. Very important that we preserve them. They make awesome honey. Wasps, useless, don't make anything. They're not too bad in the summer, but then by like August, the wasps all get drunk on rotten fruit and they just buzz around pissing everyone off. It's really, really annoying. I hate wasps. Wasps are evil. Ratmos says, I don't think I've seen a full Emma facepalm before. There have been Emma facepalms on this stream before. Usually self-inflicted Emma facepalms when Emma messes up a puzzle. But there have definitely been Emma facepalms on the stream. Cass says, I know bees are okay. I'll still jump and run away if one flies close by me. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah, bees, I'm okay with bees. It's wasps that I don't like. I think Ren agrees with me. Okay, we just paused the puzzle to look at the fact that our words both start with the same two letters. So what should hopefully happen now is we compare the two U's, discover they're the same. Wait, oh no, hang on. Oh, I forgot to update this bit. That was a mistake. We need to copy, we need to store our pointers in here, not in here, otherwise we lose the 0 and the 10 that we so badly need. Okay, sorry about that. Let's try it again. Okay, now it's given us two words that are different. So we should compare the D and the U. The result is negative, which means that... Wait, no. What? No! Oh, have I got this backwards? I've got this backwards, haven't I? Emma, you idiot. That should go there. That should go there. Okay, let's try again. Okay. We're comparing D and U, and it's negative, which means we output the first word. There we go. Aha, your solution works with those specific inputs, but it fails on other possible inputs. Okay, what does it fail on? Please show me. Oh, okay, so it's giving me... now it's giving me two words. Okay, that bit of the code must break because it's giving me two words. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Okay. Remember where I said I'm going to assume it won't give me the same word twice? Yeah, I shouldn't have assumed it would give me the same word twice, because it's given me the same word twice. Okay, we do need to handle that case then. How do we handle that case? I guess here, when we copy from here, if we get a 0, then we know we've reached the null terminators. Actually, then, yeah, then it doesn't matter which one we output because they're both the same, doesn't it? So let's just output the second one. Okay. I think this works for this case as well. So D is the same, I is the same, R is the same, T is the same. It doesn't matter which one we do, we output the second one. It still doesn't work on all inputs. Okay, what doesn't it work on now? The word unify and the word on. Oh, hang on. I think I see what's happening here. Yeah, no, I see what's happening here. Look, if it's going to check the U and the N, then it's going to check here the I against the O. You can't sub with mixed operands. This is annoying. It would work. It would work if this game was written like accurately to what a computer would do. I've mentioned this before, when I couldn't add a letter to a number. Now I can't subtract a letter and a number. But in a real computer you could, and that is like subtracting two letters to see if they're the same by seeing if the result is 0. I'm doing exactly the same thing here. I'm subtracting I from 0, which would result in I, which is greater than 0. So then I would know that the second one is alphabetically first because it's smaller, because 0 is smaller than everything. That's I don't mind, it's just slightly frustrating because I now have to code a special case for that when it would have worked otherwise. So, okay, when we sub... Okay. That's actually really annoying. Because here, I can't just sub indirect P2. I first have to copy from P2 and check if it's... copy indirect from P2 and check if it's 0. Is annoying. Actually, well, I'll do it here. Copy indirect from P2, jump if 0. And if P2 is 0, then either they're identical or P1 has to be bigger. So we would go to output first word. Yeah, this should work now. It's just annoying that I had to put that case in. We have un and untie this time. Oh, hang on, no, then it's outputting untie when it should output un. So that's if we reach a 0 in P1. Oh, we reach a 0 in P1. Oh, I've got these backwards, sorry. We reach a 0 in P1, we want to output P1. And if we reach a 0 in P2, we want to output P2. Oh, I put it here as that. Alright, sorry, I got mixed up. I think this will work now. This should output, detect the 0 there, and yeah, just output. Right, we made a working solution, including all the edge cases. We used too many commands and it was too slow, but we solved it. I'll take that. Okay, next up is scavenger chain. Ooh, what have we got here? Cough, cough. Yes, it's getting a little drafty up here. Facilities management has been notified, but we still have work to do. Look, it took facilities management an entire year to fix a conveyor belt once, so... okay, each pair on the floor contains data and the address of another one of the pairs. A scrambled chain. Each thing in the inbox is an address of one of the pairs. Outbox the data for that pair and also the data for all the following pairs in the chain. The chain ends when you reach a negative address. Repeat until the inbox is empty. Ren! It's a linked list. It's a singly linked list. So a linked list is a set of pairs of data and pointer. So here we have the data is S, the pointer is 3. So this item in the list points to this item in the list because this 3 points to cell 3, which is here. The data is C, the pointer is 23. So the C points to A. So I think I see what it spells. It spells E, S, C, A, E, E. Escape! However, it's doing this trick where it can spell other things as well by starting at different points in the list. So the 23 starts at A, so that would just spell the word ape. So this would output ape followed by escape. Ape escape. But we have to make it work for all inputs. So yeah, this is quite good about the data structures it teaches you, because we saw storing a string as a zero terminated array, which is the normal way to store them. You can store strings as linked lists. It's very inefficient to do so. To store a string null terminated, the storage you need is just the size of the string plus the 0 at the end. To store a string like this, then you need to store the letter and a pointer for every letter. So that doubles the size requirement. And on a modern PC it would be even worse because pointers are usually 64-bit, which is 8 bytes. So if you're using Unicode, it would be more like 4 or 8 times the space requirement. Ape escape, exactly. You might also call this technique of storing data a linked list. Told you. It's almost as if I have a degree in computer science. You can explore more about this fascinating subject when you're not at work. Achoo. But yes, this is in fact a linked list. So what we would want to do this is start off by picking up a value, and one thing I notice about this, so you can't do an indirection from what you're holding. So in a real computer you'd have what are called registers. In this case, this is like a machine that only has one register, and the register is the woman holding the thing. I notice my hair's gone grey now. All this stress of programming has turned my hair grey. So you have one register, which is what they're holding. In a real computer, you'd be able to do an indirection from a register, not just from memory. So I would be able to inbox, and then I'd be able to say, copy from indirect what I'm holding. But in this case, we need to put it somewhere first. And we need to put it somewhere that we're not using. So let's go here. Let's call this X, and let's put it in there. Then we need to copy indirect from X. And that will get us the first letter of our message, so we can outbox that. Then we need to get the next pointer. So what we need to do, we need to bump X. Because if, say, X is 23, if we bump it, it's going to be 24. And then if we copy indirect from X, we get the next pointer we need, which is a 10. So copy indirect from X. Then it's as if we're at the input stage, because we're holding the pointer to where we need to be. So we just jump back to there. And I think that's all it is. This is a lot simpler than some of the other ones. But I guess it's because it's introducing a new concept. Ferrin says, I had an extreme encounter with hornets when I was 8 or so, which has had the effect of dramatically diminishing my response to bees ever since. Interesting, yeah. No, my mother is the same as me, reacts very, very badly to all sorts of insect bites and stings. I guess I inherited it. Tobacco kind of the same, but wasps. Yeah, I don't know what would happen if I was stung by a bee. I suspect I would need an antihistamine pretty quickly, otherwise really bad things would happen. But this worked. It output the word ape, but it needs to stop when we get to the end. So you can't see because my face cam's in the way. The last E of ape is here, and then there's a -1. So when I get a -1, I need to stop. But this, I can't just end the program. We have to go back to the start because there are multiple words to spell out. So this should now spell ape escape. Actually, no, it won't, because it's swapped the input round. It's going to say escape ape now. There we go. Hooray, we optimised one. I think this one was so trivial that we were bound to, but that's good. Scavenger chain complete. Well then, we get to find out what digit exploder means. Year 38. Our users have been rating some of our hardware products with 1 star. With user reviews citing, draws too much power and overheats, numbers are too complicated for test subjects, and occasionally removes alarming volume of skin from human users. What is your product? So management has come up with a solution to make the numbers smaller and easier to understand. Grab each number from the inbox and send its digits to the outbox. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 becomes 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's what they mean by digit exploder. There is no option for 0 stars, because research groups were found to be in disagreement about the nature of 0. Okay. Well then. How do we want to do this? Let's inbox our number. And let's make a variable called n for number, and let's stick it in there. Let's make another entry that keeps track of the current digit and call it D. And we're going to start by sticking a 0. Fortunately, we just have a 0. They've obviously given us these constants to help. I'll label them with what they are. 1, 10 and 100. Sorry, 0, 10 and 100. So we're going to put a 0 into here. And then we need to, well, what we need to start by doing, I think, is subtract 100 from n. Actually, we need copy from n again. Actually, no, we can do this first before we inbox. Go to n, subtract 100. So this subtracts 100 from n. And if that's gone negative, then we've subtracted too much. And we need to stop. But if it hasn't gone negative, then that means there's some 100 remaining in n. So in that case, we copy to n, and then we increment d, is our digit. So it's like the division we did before. We're dividing by 100, in effect, and getting the result in d. Once it goes negative, we have our first digit, so we can outbox d. Unless it was less than 100 to start with. So if it's 0, we don't outbox d. I'm guessing for 87 they want the output to be 87, not 087. So that's taking care of 100. Now we should have a number less than 100 left in n. So we should just be able to set up another loop. Oh yeah, it needs to be a loop here. So same thing again, but this time sub 10. Copy to n, bump plus d. Oh, we need to reset d to 0 as well. So copy from 0 to d. Copy to n bump plus d jump. Interesting that they put this here since it doesn't need indirection. Maybe an efficient way of doing it would need indirection. Again, if negative, we've gone too far. And if 0, again, they're giving us a single digit test case. I think for 4, we just output 4, not 0, 4. So we also need to skip outputting if there's a 0 in the tens place. Otherwise, we need to output d. And then reset d to 0. Actually, no, we don't need to reset d to 0 because at this point, whatever's in n is the ones digit. So we just copy from n, outbox. And we do that regardless of whether it's 0. I guess if they give us input of 0, they still want us to output a 0. So that's okay. And our program does need to run multiple times. So we go all the way back to the start. And that does reset d for us. Okay. Wow, another raid. Dragon Girl _89. It's so nice to see you. Thank you so much for raiding with your party of 6 viewers. Welcome in, everybody. Please do give a follow to the amazing Dragon Girl _89. Awesome streamer. Some of my best memories of Twitch are playing games with Dragon like Factorio and Eco and Craft the World, and Satisfactory and Astroneer and all the other things we played. So she does a lot of games where viewers can join, or she just plays with her friend Mike Claroni, or her sisters sometimes, Helena, she plays with. So do check out Dragon Girl. If anybody's joining me for the first time, hello, my name is Emma. I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, starting around 7 p.m. UK time. That's 8 p.m. for the Europeans. And I mostly play puzzle games, including this. This is Human Resource Machine. This is a programming puzzle game. We're getting near to the end of it, and our programs are getting quite complicated. Welcome in Mike Claroni, who says, I've been drinking. Well, you're in good company because so has LT Bago. Hope you had a good stream with Dragon Girl. And thank you for redeeming I Am Cute as well. Mike Claroni, a long-time supporter of this stream, as you can see from the gift sub leaderboard. He has been very generous. Very, very awesome. LT Bago says best underscore on Twitch. Yes. The underscore in Dragon Girl underscore 89 is the single most important underscore on all of Twitch. I agree. And you're being so generous today. That's the second gift sub you've given. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dragon. Dragon, you get to use all my emotes now. Dragon, look at all my cute flowers that you can use. Look, you can use all these now. And you can do a spin. Thank you, Anda. That's very generous of you. Right, we're about to run our program. The reason it's called Human Resource Machine is that a little human has to run around and do our program for us. Yes, you have the Blowhigh emote as well. Here is Blowhigh. He is amazing. Our program doesn't work. Oh, we output a 0. Oh, I thought we prevented that. We output a 0 in the hundreds place for 87, which is obviously wrong. So let's try that again. So we get the 80. We subtract, so it's negative. Why are you outputting... Oh, no, hang on. I'm an idiot. We need to copy from D before we jump if 0, because we need to know if D is 0. Yeah, okay. So, oh, now we have a 2. Right, this is going to test the tens place as well then. So, no, don't subtract 10 from... we need to reacquire the n before we subtract 10. There we go. Okay. 4 this time. Okay, but we still need to... Yeah, 4 minus 10, so there's no 10s. So we just output the 4. Okay. We've successfully broken 4 down into its digits. 4. Not that impressive, I'll agree. Okay, let's see if we can break 36 down into 3 and 6. So we first divide 36 by 10 to get 3. Yep, and now we're 6. Okay, we did it. Let's do that one. So then we've got a 3-digit number. This is going to be the tricky one. So we have to do division by 100 as well this time. So divide by 100 to get 1. How did you get 1? What did you do? Oh. Copy from... Copy after I've bumped D, haven't I? Oh, Emma, you idiot. Okay. I think it works now. Can we do 379? 3. Why has it got to have so many high digits in it? Dragon says this seems complicated. It is quite complicated. I mean, it's a puzzle game about programming. So that's just inherently going to be complicated. But also... This is one of the last levels. We're only about 4 levels from the end now. Okay, our solution works with those inputs, but it fails with other inputs. What does it fail with? Oh, does it fail because there's no tens digit in 102? Ah, there's no tens digit in 102. Hang on. Oh, this is a problem. Yeah. So it's going to produce just 1 2 for 102. Which is going to be wrong. The problem is, if I remove this jump if 0 from the tens digits, then it won't work for 1, it will output 0 1, which I don't think the game will accept. Just check that. Yeah. So we have to have that there. So how do we have to keep track of whether we have to keep track of whether there was a third digit, whether there was a hundreds digit. If there was a hundreds digit, then we have to output a 0 in the tens place, otherwise we don't. Starcasted says, came back from a break and the world has turned to ruins and so has your character's hair. Yes, they clearly get older as the game progresses. We are in year 35 of our employment, and I think 35 years working in this place would definitely do that to my hair. And yeah, don't ask about the hole in the building. Apparently facilities management are working on it. What's the goal of this floor, asks Starcasted. So this is one of the optional floors in the last area, the green area. We have to split a number into its digits. So yeah, for 123 we have to output 1, 2 and 3. My solution works. The problem is if you give it 102, it would just output a 1 and then a 2. And if I tell it to output a 0 in the tens place, then if you give it the number 3, it would output 0, 3, and the game won't accept that. So I need a special case for if the hundreds digit is set, but the tens digit isn't. And let's think how we want to do this. We need an extra variable, which I'll call was there a 100s digit? And I'll initialize that to 0 at the start. And if there is a hundreds digit, I'll copy it in there. And then when we come to output the tens digit, if it's 0, I'll look at the was there a hundreds digit variable. And if that's 0, we'll still do the outbox. This is going to take a lot of instructions, but it should work at least. And if it's not 0, we won't do the outbox. So non-0, we do the outbox. If it's 0, we check that, and if it's set, we do the... No, that's non-0, we do the outbox. Like that. There we go. This is the 4th show outfit I've had today, Dragon. Everybody loves my outfit today, apparently. Output today is green cardigan and flowery black skirt. And sorry, I know it looks like I'm clawing at nothing, but there are hairs getting in my face. But they're too thin to see on the screen. Yubago says you should spin the other way this time. You must be pretty tightly wound with the spins today. Let's do that. Here is outfit. Here is skirt. Right, which way do I usually spin? I usually go that way, don't I? I've never done a spin this way before. Hang on, how's this going to work? Oh, that felt wrong. Please ignore my hair being everywhere. That's my outfit, Dragon. I hope you like it. Okay. This might actually work now. Annoyingly, the game hasn't given us the failing test case. It hasn't given us the one with the 0 in the tens place. So I'm not going to know if my solution works until the end. Okay, there is still an input it doesn't work with. Okay, it's given us one with a 0 in the tens place, so I think that's what it doesn't work with. Let's see what it does. So it's output 22. 304. Right, we know the 3 works. There we go. Now what should happen is we realise there's nothing in the tens place. And we should go and copy from was there a hundreds digit. It's not 0. Oh, no, okay. If it's not 0, we need to outbox a 0. So we need to copy from D again. Okay. Dragon says, going to bed, have a nice stream. No problem, Dragon. I know it's getting late for you. Thank you so much again for the raid. Sorry I haven't dropped by any of your streams recently. I hope I can drop by again soon. And sleep well. Poke the dragon. We did it! We solved the puzzle. And we didn't meet the optimization targets, but who cares? I'm going to take that for now. We have Recoordinator next. Surely after almost 40 years on the job we can solve anything. Oh god, we have... What is this? We have some sort of matrix, two-dimensional array or something. Pawn to b6. So near the end, says Starcasted. Yeah, I don't know if we'll finish today. Maybe if I go a bit later than normal, we'll finish today. It doesn't matter if we don't, because the next game I'm going to play is 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel to this. So if we can finish halfway through a stream, and that's fine. That won't disrupt things. Pawn to b6 and check and mate. Yes, I win again. I find the game is most enjoyable when playing against the best player I know. Myself. Each number in the inbox is an address of a tile on the floor. Send to the outbox the coordinates of that tile. Column first, row second. For example, an address of 6 has coordinates 2, 1. You may ask your boss for more examples. Okay. What is the secret to being a practically perfect person? Yes, I like to remember the 4 P's. Proper planning prevents problems. Yes, now we know. It's all about the execution. Yeah, and you still haven't fixed your office wall, have you? Okay. Right, how on earth? So, yeah, so if we input 14... we would need to output column first, row second. So 2 and then 3. So I think this is just division and remainders again, because the column number is going to be divided by 4, and the row number is going to be the remainder when divided by 4. And we should be able to get both of those in the same operation, and we will have to, I'm sure, to optimize it. I think I know what they've given me a 0 and a 4. Let's label this 4 as, actually let's label this 4 as the number of columns, because that's what it's actually representing. And the 0 is just 0, I think, and I think we're going to need another variable to hold. Actually, we need 2 answers. We need the division answer, and we need the remainder answer, which we can get the remainder out of x. This is going to be the division answer. We need to keep the 0 because we need to reset everything to 0 afterwards. So let's input something into x. We need to initialize the answer to 0. Then we need to do our usual division nonsense, which is going to be subtract. Subtract is subtract. Yeah, subtract a tile from what we're holding. Yeah, we need to be subtracting 4. We need to subtract columns. And actually we want to do this first so that we're still holding x. And then we want to write that back into x and increment div. We know we've gone too far. Oops. When we need to copy from x here. We know we've gone too far when the result of the subtraction is negative. Once the result of the subtraction is negative, we or if it's 0, actually, if it's 0 or negative, so I need to use 2 jumps here. The remainder is going to be stored in x. We want the column first. That's the division result. So copy from div and outbox. And then copy from x and outbox. And then we need to reset, including putting the 0 back into div. So we go back there. Is that going to work? So 14, we're expecting 2,3. We've gone negative, so we... Oh wait, no. It's the wrong way around. We want 2,3. There we go. Oh, we're starting with 0. That's interesting. So 0 is going to be 0, 0. That's easy. Ratmost says, I've got to go out and buy groceries. Lovely to see you all. No problem. Thank you, Ratmost, for stopping by. It was great to see you. To see you again soon. We had 2 zeros there, so our first 2 answers have both been 0, 0. Now we should be getting 3,1 from this. Which it looks like we are. Thank you so much, Ratmost. I'm glad you remembered your flower, or Brietta. Thank you so much. Now, can we do 12? 12 needs to be 3... No, 12 needs to be 0,3. Which should work, because we should end up with a 0 in x. End up with a 4 in x. What? Oh, that. If it's negative, we don't write it back to x, but if it's 0, we do write it back to x. Actually, no. If it's we also bump div. It needs to be there. Okay, that wasn't actually too hard. That was just dividing, but twice. We still didn't optimize it though. Too many commands and too slow. Never mind. Let's move on for now. We've only got 2 levels left, and a cutscene, I guess, at the end. It looks like after 42 years we get to retire. I wish the retirement age was still only 60, but it's definitely not. So that's not happening nowadays. Crime Factory. Are you sure you're supposed to be here? This is a very difficult assignment. Oh no. I have no idea how to do it either. Oh, prime factorization. Oh my god. For each thing in the inbox, send its prime factors to the outbox in order from smallest to largest. Actually, yeah, how on earth would you do that? They still haven't fixed the hole. The scientists are back, but they still haven't fixed the hole. What are prime factors? I have that written down here somewhere. They are the unique list of prime numbers that multiply together to result in a given number. What are the prime factors of 6? 2 and 3. What are the prime factors of 8? 2 and 2 and 2. What are the prime factors of 5? 5. You still need help, feel free to ask a friend, or your local library. Or get back in the elevator and leave this assignment for someone else. This one does seem very hard. So I know how you would get prime factors, like, in theory, but there's a lot of division involved. But there's two parts to it. Like there's trial division to get the factors of a number, but there's also generating the primes in the first place. This could be slow. Yeah, I'm just thinking. So, what's the optimization challenges for this one? Ask Starcast did. 28 or fewer commands and 399 or fewer steps. 28 commands does not sound a lot to do this, because there's two parts to it. There's knowing what the prime factors are to start with, and then there's actually doing division. And I'm guessing if you just try to hard code a list of prime factors, it would immediately give you a bigger prime number than that. Like I can see it's given me 17, which is a prime. So, yeah, how would you actually... I can understand how to do it in theory, but I do not see how you do it within the constraints of this game, within any reasonable number of instructions. I could come back to this one. I could look at because there's 2 levels left. I could look at the other level first and then come back to this one. Maybe we'll do that. I know it's got a higher number, but this is supposed to be like optional hard levels, and this is supposed to be the main path. So I think maybe we'll do this one first. I guess by the title this is going to be something to do with sorting. Hey, check out this new office. We've really climbed the corporate ladder together. Thank you. My supervising skills truly are adequate. Your skills are pretty good too. Whatever it is you do over there. So, are you ready? Okay, we have some pre-written code here. For each 0 terminated string in the inbox, sort the contents of the string. Smallest first, biggest last, and put the results in the outbox. Repeat for each string. Okay, so we did do a sort earlier, but the sort we wrote earlier only works on length 3 strings. And although the first string in our inbox is length 3, I'm sure they'll give us longer ones. Erin says, clearly the simplest solution is just to include every prime number in your program. So the problem with that is you can't just specify immediate numbers in here. These numbers here are addresses. There's no way to say just load the number 17 into a cell. So you can't store data in your program. You can store data on the floor, but there's only 25 spots on the floor, and I'd need at least 3 spots to do the trial, division, and addition. You'd only be able to store the first 22 prime numbers, and I guarantee if you tried to do that, the game would say nope, and it would give you the 23rd prime number as a failing test case. No, I think I might come back to that one, but this one is perhaps doable. We do need to come up with a sort that works for any number of inputs. How do you sort? Don't ask me. Sometimes I eat the bread before I make my sandwich. Sometimes I put my shoes on before my socks. And I think I'm getting younger. What? I don't think I was ever a kid. Were you? Distant memory now. Okay, let's see if we can get this working. So, what is the program actually doing? Copy from 24 to 20. Inbox copy relative to 20. Jump if 0 pump plus 20. Oh, okay. They've just given me some pre-written code for inputting a number, but I can inputting a string rather. But I can see the second test case is 5 letters long. So yeah, 3 letters isn't enough. Given that they've copied it into slot 20, that does make me think the strings could be up to 20 characters long because they want the first 20 to be reserved for that. So yeah, let's put some labels on this. This is going to always hold 0. This is going to be a pointer of where we are in our string. So we're going to read in the whole string, and then I'm thinking I might try to implement bubble sort. Bubble sort is not an efficient sorting algorithm. It's taught as an example of what not to do, but it has the benefits of being very, very simple. The way bubble sort works is you compare each pair of elements, each pair of adjacent elements, and swap them if they're the wrong way round. And then you do that again, and then you do it again, and you keep doing it until your list is in sorted order, and then you're done. I wouldn't want to try and implement something like quicksort in this program, in this game. That would be, I'm sure people have done it, but that would be difficult. So, once we've read in the string, we want to set p back to 0. And then want to start by comparing elements 0 and 1. So we actually need let's call them P and Q, I guess. We need 2 pointers because we're going to be comparing 2 elements. And every stage, Q is just going to be 1 more than P. So that gives us Q being 1 more than P. So then we can copy and direct from P sub indirect from Q, and if the result is negative, that means that Q is bigger than P, and that means they're the wrong way round. Actually, thinking about it, it would be 1 fewer instruction to copy copy indirect Q sub indirect P. Jump, then we skip the swap if it's negative. Do a swap, we need a temporary variable, so we will once again be calling it tep. And we'll do the swap as copy from P to tep, copy from Q to P, and copy from tep to Q. Then we would need to bump P, jump back to here, where we bump Q. The end condition is when we get a 0 in Q, because that means we're looking at the last. P is the last element of the string, and Q is the terminator. We don't want to swap those ever. So when we get to Q being 0, so here, jump of 0, we've passed through the entire string. And what we need to do then is go back and do another pass through the string. So we would reset P and Q to 0, and go again. The catch is we need to know when we've actually sorted it, otherwise we're going round forever. So what I'm thinking is we need a variable for we have to And if we had to swap something, then it's not sorted. So to begin with, on each pass through the string, we start off by saying we didn't have to swap something. And if we did have to swap something, we just need to put some value into, it doesn't matter what it is, we just put some value into did we have to swap. And then once we get to this jump if 0, what we actually need to do is copy from did we have to swap, and if the answer is no, we didn't have to swap, the list is sorted and we're done. But if we did have to swap, then we have to go back and start again. There. So if we get here, we should have a sorted string. And in order to output our string, we need to set p back to 0. And then we have to just do a loop of saying copy indirect from p outbox, go around again, bump here. If copying from p ever gives us 0, we end the program. Actually, no, we don't end the program. This has to go around again, so we have to go back here to fetch a new string. Okay, what are the odds of this working first time? 35 instructions. Let's see how we go. Actually, I realised that my facecam, the things have got so complicated now that my facecam is blocking the variables down here as well as the program if I have it on that side. So I'm going to be in the middle for a bit. So set p to 0. Do the inputting of the string. Set did we have to swap p and q all back to 0. Increment q. Do a comparison. If it's negative, no, hang on. If it's negative, we have to swap. I've got that comparison backwards. Sorry. I always, for some reason, subtraction. I always get it backwards. Okay. Reading those. Compare these two. It's positive, so we have to swap it. Yeah. So we use the temporary slot to do the swap. So the list is now slightly more sorted than it was before because the 31 and the 95 are in the right order. And we've put a number into did we have to swap because we had to make a swap. Here we're going to have to make a swap as well. So let's do that again. Here we go. We're going to write to did we have to swap again because we don't know we didn't. Going to oh no, hang on. I'll check if we're at the end wasn't working. Why was our check at the end not working? Yeah, bump plus q should give us a 0. Oh no, we have to copy indirect from q to figure out if we're at the end of the string. I didn't have that in there. Okay, blah 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 blah. Do some swaps. And actually that does sort the list immediately. So now, yeah, this sends us back to the beginning. So did we have to swap isn't 0. We know we have to go around again. We've set did we have to swap back to 0. This time we won't have to swap because everything's in the right order. So did we have to swap won't get written. So it will be 0. So we reset p to 0 and we outbox. Oh, we didn't outbox. Why didn't we outbox? Emma, your code doesn't work. Okay, we got to here. Be indirect from p. Oh, what's this jump doing here? That should be a jump if 0, not a jump. Silly Emma. Okay. We'll get there eventually. Okay, swapsy, swapsy, swapsy. Now it's sorted. We should go back through, check it's sorted. Yep, we're outboxing. That is a 0. We did it! We did the first one! Okay, now we have to do one that's 5 characters long. See if we can sort the word awake. Yeah, it's sorted now, so we just one more pass to make sure it's sorted. And then we output it. Wait. Oh. Why are we still going round? What's... Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. If 2 letters are the same, it's setting the did we have to swap flag. Yeah. This needs to be jump if negative or 0. If it's the subtraction is 0, that means the 2 letters or numbers are the same. Obviously, we don't have to swap them if they're the same. Yeah, I just created an infinite loop, T-Bago. I'm not going to leave it running. I don't know if the game has infinite loop detection. If you leave you leave it running long enough. But I'm not going to find out. Okay, we have to sort the word brain this time. This is not something that I've been having this stream. B-A-I, Ben? Bainer. Abiner, that's sorted, isn't it? So one more pass to make sure it's sorted. Okay, I think it's actually working. Oh god, now it's giving us a... Oh no, this is... When I said bubble sort wasn't very inefficient, I wasn't joking, so let's sit back and relax for a bit, everyone. Ren says, I watched the Word Wars Scrabble documentary a while back, and they mentioned recognising words by their alphabetized form, and that impressed me. That is true, yes. So... what Scrabble players tend to do, it's not all words, it's specifically if they're looking for bingos, so 7-letter words. They will sort the letters on their rack alphabetically, and then they'll try and recognise that anagrammed, alphabetized form. There's a good reason for that, which is that the same anagram can have multiple, well, the same set of letters can have multiple anagrams. So, like the word retinas, for example, R-E-T-I-N-A-S, that's a 7-letter word. I think there's about 14 different words you can make from those letters, like retains, and so what you do is you remember that the string A-E-I-N-R-T-S maps to those 14 different anagrams. So that's why you do it. Rather than trying to remember a specific word, you remember this set of words, which then has all. So then you know all the possible words you've got to play. I should mention it's only the very, very top Scrabble pros who would ever do something like that. It's absolutely not something that I would do. Also, we actually solved this. I can't believe it. We didn't meet the speed challenge with that one. Okay, I feel like the speed challenge wants you to implement an algorithm more sophisticated than bubble sort, which doesn't surprise me. But we did it, and we actually weren't far off on the size either, which surprises me. I don't think I know an easy way of saving 3 instructions, though. All of the stuff I did is kind of important, and the program would very much break if you removed any of it. I think I'm going to take that as a success. So we have unlocked end program cutscene, so maybe let's look at that.
Congratulations. You have become an invaluable instruction follower.
Congratulations.
Yes, don't worry, your job is safe. We've replaced you with this electric box.
It's called a computer. It iterates through a list of simple instructions called a program.
It has a small amount of memory to store data while processing, like tiles on the floor,
It has inputs.
and outputs.
Its simple instructions can be used together in infinite combinations.
It was
to
inevitable
build just about anything you
that
can
we would be
imagine.
replaced by a
truly efficient
computer.
worker that never sleeps.
It's going to change everything.
Please take your things and enjoy whatever it is you people do out there. Congratulations.
A lifetime of working for this company, and we've been replaced by a machine. Oh yeah, the robot uprising. I forgot about that. Small matter of the robot uprising. Poor Emma. For this, yes, let computers take over. That poor worker walked so much. So yeah, we've beaten the game. Like, this is the credits, because the level we haven't done is an optional one. Alice, Betty, Carol, Boss Man, Boss Lady. I'll let the credits roll, and then since we are already 4¼ hours in, I think I'm going to end here. But that doesn't mean we won't be solving that last level. I will have a go at it next stream, and regardless of whether we manage to solve it or not, we will then start 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel to this game. So there we go. Game is going to start back up again. And yeah, you're hired in the thrilling sequel, 7 Billion Humans, the thrilling follow-up to Human Resource Machine, which is basically, instead of programming one office worker to run around, you're programming an entire swarm of
Thank you,
office
Stream.
workers. So it's like multi-threaded programming. Ren, thank you so much for the 300 bits. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you, Strim. And thank you, Sarah with Stars, as well. I assume it's still saved my save file. Yes, it has. Okay. So we can always go back to that one. But yeah, I think we did pretty well. I think we did pretty well in the optimization as well. I think it'd be nice if I could at least say I've optimized the blue path. And I think I have ideas for how I'd optimize 21 and 22. I really don't know for 28 though, so I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's Human Resource Machine. If you like the look of the game, it's not on sale right now, but it's quite an old game at this point, so I'm sure it goes on sale from time to time. Yeah. Do this. There's no escaping the game. Like there's no exit button. Where's the exit button? Oh, there's the exit button. Okay. We're going to end there because it is getting late. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Ren for those bits, to Ander for the gift sub, to Dragon and to Alhuno, to Dragon for the raid and Alhuno for the raid. And of course everybody who did redeems, and everybody who lurked and talked without vowels and talked about cheese and bees and other such nonsense. I'm going to be back tomorrow with Factorio. We might only have 1 or 2 streams of Factorio left, probably more like 2, because I do want to research all the technologies. I don't just want to rush towards the end of the game. And then next Friday we will be continuing with Taiji. Hopefully it is the last stream of Taiji next week, because we only have one area left to solve plus some bonus puzzles. But the one area we have left is looking like quite a difficult one, so who knows. And then back here, same time, same place. Next week on Saturday, we will be doing possibly the last level of Human Resource Machine if I can get my head around it. But either way, we'll be doing 7 Billion Humans, which is the sequel. Ren says ACFIOORT, which is an alphabetized anagram of Factorio, which unfortunately is not a word, although it should be. Let's look for somebody to raid now. If you have any suggestions for raid targets, please do let me know, and I will consider them. Nespar is still live. Nespar was live before I started because T-Bagger was in there. But we did go to Nespar yesterday, so can we maybe find somebody else? Oh, Fizzy is live. Marzi Plant is live. Oh, we've never been to Marzi Plant because she's never normally... Yeah, she's never normally on when I raid out. Let's go to Marzi. So Marzi does a co-working stream. So, well, actually, yeah, no, she's muted at the moment. I don't like raiding co-working streams when they're actually like muted and working. So maybe we'll raid Fizzy then, but I would like to raid Marzi one day, so I'll keep an eye on it. Fizzy is a member of CCC Anomaly, the Cozy Chaos Collective, along with Ophelia and Lana and Tofu and all those other amazing streamers. She is playing Baldur's Gate 3 today, and she's gone very late, but I think she's doing some sort of charity event, so that might be why. So we're going to do a raid to Fizzy. Here we go. Best Fizzy. Everybody, well, I don't need to tell you, Lana, that Fizzy is amazing. Of course, you know that. Thank you, Lana, for redeeming your flower, and thank you for saying thank you for the stream. That is very kind of you. Let's send a raid message to Fizzy. Everybody, if you could copy this message when we raid in, that would be awesome. Let me just get it out for you. There we go. And if you're not subscribed, then use any emotes you like. But here's an example using some dancing dinosaurs. There we go. Copy one of those. Starcasted says, thanks for the funstrum. No problem, Starcasted. Good you could be here. Show some love to Fizzy. Maybe drop a follow if you're not already following. And until tomorrow, thank you all for watching, and bye for now.